sufficient.
Oh, that didn't sound good.
It's just water, so that's good. Sells it. Hi. Just need a little bit. Thanks.
Yeah.
'Cause I got most of that, a little bit.
Okay.
That's why.
Yeah.
There's some paper towels.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I've been yawning all day. Because this heavy heat. It was 73 degrees when I ran at 5:30 this morning.
That was nice.
It was still, it's still
I liked it
at
this.
5:30 this morning.
This is like better weather.
Yeah,
Like,
this is,
but my poor kids are at like an outdoor camp. There's no
which one?
Camp Ramsbottom.
Okay.
There's no really.
No respite.
Yeah.
Can they jump in the water or
They
something?
do have a pool. They get to swim each day. Yeah.
Well, yeah, my wife and daughter were at the beach today. It's my wife's birthday. So she played. Really? Yeah. Oh, wow.
Cancers.
Yeah, they play hooky from work and camp.
It's just too nice not to.
Okay, everyone ready?
Yep.
All right. Good evening. We will call this regular meeting of the City Plan Commission to order. Today is Tuesday, July 16th. It is 4:47 PM. Let's start off with a roll call going around from Will.
Will Sherry?
Dave Caldwell.
Charlotte Lipschitz.
Shawyon Manjrekar, DPD staff.
Bob Azar, DPD staff.
Megan DeSanto, legal counsel to the CPC.
And I am Michael Gazdaco, Chair. We will roll right into the approval of the minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes that have been circulated prior to this meeting. Let's start with the May 21st. All right. I guess we have 3 sets of minutes. May 21st, May 29th, and June 18th meetings. Do we need to take separate votes for all? But okay. Does anyone have, I hope you have all read the minutes. I didn't see anything that needed to be addressed. So if there are no comments, we could take a vote to approve all the minutes, the May 21st, May 29th, and June 18th together. But if you have any edits, revisions, or additions, we can also take those. So entertain a motion to approve the May 21st, May 29th, and June 18th minutes as circulated.
Second.
You guys say so moved.
Oh, so
Then we'll take a second. All right. And then we'll just do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All abstain? Any abstentions? Okay, the minutes pass. Bob, director's report.
The only thing to report today is about the comprehensive plan, which was approved by this body at last month's meeting. It has been forwarded on to the council, and I will be meeting shortly with council leadership to discuss the next steps, but it will be heard by the ordinances committee. And we expect that will probably start sometime in September. So stay tuned on that.
With that, we have a full agenda this evening. We're back to our regular meeting business of the City Plan Commission. And we had a request from an applicant due to a scheduling conflict to be moved up on the agenda. So we are going to take agenda item number 5, case number 23-030 MA 108 to 110 Waterman Street out of order as the first item. And then we're going to continue through the rest of the agenda as it's labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 6. I guess we'll roll right into agenda item number 5. It's a major land development project for case number 23-030 MA 108 to 110 Waterman Avenue. The applicant is Walter Bronard.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. And a quick introduction. This is the request for preliminary plan approval of a master plan that you saw last year. So this is a building at 108 to 110 Waterman Street. The applicant is proposing to construct a mixed-use building with commercial use on the first floor and 35 dwelling units throughout the rest of the building. And you had requested the applicant to make some changes between master and preliminary plan, and they will be telling you about that, as well as how they've come into conformance with anything that has been required from that stage. So the applicant's here and they can tell you more.
Attorney Gary.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Thank you for the courtesy, both Mr. Levy and myself.
Is it on?
John, press the button and hold it. So you see the red light. And then Bill, am I making you a panelist or are you JCE? Is that on? Yeah, you're good, John. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for the courtesy. Both Mr. Levy and myself have conflict in Pawtucket, so thank you very much for the courtesy. We'll try to be very quick with our presentation.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, again, I'm John Garrity. Mr. Lavery is here as the project manager. We'll present a presentation. This is fundamentally the same project that you saw for master plan several months ago. 108, 110 Waterman Street. The only change essentially is an increase in the units from 26 to 35. As you may recall, there's a commercial unit on the first floor, and as a result of the mixed use nature of the building, we requested an adjustment of height of 1 story as a result of the commercial use on the first floor. And you granted that at master plan level. So we're not seeking that at master plan level. You may also recall at master plan level, we showed a rooftop patio, which you did not approve. We've eliminated that from the project. So it's gonna look very much like it did at master plan level. We had asked for a waiver for state approvals till final plan as part of this presentation. Those are generally Narragansett Bay Commission in general, those types of things. And so we're seeking that waiver as well at this stage. Mr. Lavery is the project manager. I'll have him make the presentation, and Oscar is here as the architect on the project, and we'll make the presentation as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Bill Lavery, project manager, Joe Casali Engineering. Just quickly gonna walk through the presentation for the project. 108, 110 Waterman Street. Just finding our way to the project site. We're confined by Thayer Street, Brook Street, Waterman Street, and Phones Alley. Our project site consists of 2 parcels.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Bill. I need just a minute.
Yeah.
She's here for we talked about some suggestions.
I'm gonna explain for everybody what's going on here. So This was filed last year under a different state law. The state law has changed. And what happened was, it used to be the case that master plan was called a public informational meeting and preliminary plan was called a public hearing. Under the new rules, the public hearing happens at the master plan stage. So there was conceivably a situation where a project filed before the beginning of the year with master plan being heard by the commission, and then preliminary plan coming after the first of the year. If you go by the new rules, it wouldn't require a public hearing. We felt out of an abundance of caution that because the state law seems to indicate that a public hearing is required for all major land development projects, that this should be a public hearing. It was, Mr. Garrity agreed, it was noticed as such with a butter notice, newspaper notice. So I just advised Mr. Garrity that if this is indeed a public hearing, then it should be on the record with a stenographer. So again, out of an abundance of caution, procedurally, we think this is the right way to approach it. So if you'll bear with us, we'd like to have Choyan just do a brief introduction once again so that we can have this all on the record.
All right, sure, and we'll take it from the top. So, commissioners, this is a request for preliminary plan approval of, as you heard, a project that was granted master plan approval last year. So the applicant is proposing to construct a mixed-use building with 35 dwelling units and commercial use on the ground floor. You had granted a dimensional adjustment for height at the master plan stage. And the applicant, in presenting the preliminary plan, will be talking about changes that have been made between master and preliminary plan, as well as fulfillment of any conditions of approval. And we should also note that they are requesting a waiver from submission of state approvals at this stage. So, yeah, I believe the applicant can take it from there.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Azat, thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. We're happy that the stenographer is here, who we know and is going to take this down for the record. I also might present for the record a certified copy of the advertisement, the affidavit of advertisement and mailing with respect to this matter, of which indicates that it was placed in the newspaper and notices sent to abutters as required by law. And I'll provide a copy of that to your staff. And as indicated, we had master plan already about 6 months ago. This is going to look very much like that. The changes are that essentially it's now 35 units and 1 commercial unit. We had requested at master plan level that an adjustment for height because of the mixed use on the first floor. That was granted at the master stage level, and therefore is not before us here. We had a rooftop patio on the prior illustration at master plan level. You did not vote for that. You said that was not appropriate, and that's been eliminated from the plan. So Mr. Lavery from Joe Casale Engineering and Oscar Ramirez from Aroni and Associates is here to make a presentation, and I'll allow them to proceed at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is William Lavery Jr., Lavery, with Joe, project manager with Joe Casale Engineering. Just taking a quick look through the project, finding our way. We have Thayer Street, Brook Street, Waterman Street, and Phones Alley. And our project consists of 2 parcels, AP 12-183, about 5,900 square feet, and AP 12, lot 184, about 5,600 square feet. Zooming in, we have an existing 3-story multi-unit mixed-use building, which is supposed to be raised with the proposed development. Also, we propose to merge a portion of land on lot 183 to lot 181, and just shifting those property lines a little bit to make 2 separate parcels of land. Our specific parcel for the 108 Waterman Street parcel project being 9,862 square feet. Further, just looking into the build to zone on the parcel with the underlying zoning district. And further looking into our proposed project and the zoning districts in proximity. We are in the C2 zone and are predominantly surrounded by the educational institutional district. And as Attorney Garrett, he stated, what we're proposing is a 5-story, 35 residential units and about 1,700 square feet of commercial space accessed off of Waterman Street. Oscar Ramirez from Aronian Associates is here and can answer any questions regarding the building. But here's a rendering looking from Waterman Street. And just getting into some of the general floor plans here. The ground level, which is the level towards Phones Alley, will have the residential access lobby for the residential units. Elevator access to all of the units and a mixture of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units on this level. Also going to the cellar plan, which is accessed off of Waterman Street, we'll have a 1-bedroom unit and a 2-bedroom unit, as well as the storage for the bicycles, and also utility space, sprinkler space, and the commercial unit. We also have a switch location. That is something that is required with the electrical, trying to get the electrical appurtenances to fit with the congested area out here that the contractor has been working out with Rhode Island Energy. Looking at a typical level, a series of 2-bedroom units, and that will follow up for the remaining stories. And just to show the roof plan, that rooftop deck that was proposed at master plan is now gone. The only thing that's up there is the elevator, penthouse, and the mechanical units. Looking at some of the east elevations, this just showing the east elevation, north elevation off of Phones Alley, the west elevation of the building, and the south elevation, which is accessed off Waterman Street, where you can see the storefront there, or the commercial space with the glazing in that commercial door. Just further, a shadow study that we continued as something that we did for that 116 project we did a few years back. Just showing how we, are cognizant of the shadow of the proposed building onto the surrounding area. The majority of it falls within the Phones Alley streetscape. Continuing for parking, the C2 zone does not require parking, but it does bicycle spaces where we are required to have 7 spaces, and we have that found into our lower cellar. Further, the current site does have a deed restriction for 1 parking space for another parcel down the road that's owned by the property owner. We propose with this project to just move that dedicated parking space over to the 112 Waterman Street property. Again, just furthermore to closing out the parking section, we did a radius map here showing all the different bicycle routes and bus routes in the vicinity of the proposed building. Trash will be handled internally by the maintenance staff of the building, not only with this building, but the other building at the corner of Waterman and Brook Street. We have an outdoor trash enclosure on the side of the building, pretty much in the same vicinity of the existing trash containers that are servicing the current building. But that will be enclosed, and the maintenance provider for the building will wheel that out for scheduled pickups from the trash off of Phones Alley. We have overhangs, foundation, and balcony permits that will be required to get before building permit with the DPW. And also we have coordinated with the city forester, and John Cotter and Associates has developed a nice landscape plan for the building, adding road front greenery, preserving the existing honey locust on Waterman Street. And we continue to work with the landscape architect and DPW to provide some more water quality areas that we can sneak in here. to reduce stormwater as much as possible. Stormwater is not, required for the project, but, we do have a reduction in impervious area. Slight, but we do. But we're also working on some, using some of these plantings and maybe turning them into some sort of, in infiltration areas. As for utilities, we have an 8-inch water main, 24-inch water main on Waterman Street that we'll be connecting into. We have an existing stub on Waterman Street, for sewer. Gas is off of Phones Alley that we will connect into as well. Transformers, our transformer, coordination through Rhode Island Energy, will be sited on the 112 Waterman site. As we discussed, the switch will be in the basement area of the building. And we just show the other transformers, for the other buildings on the block that have been brought up in the past. Just closing this out, we have, permitting, we had master plan September 2023, where we received the waiver for the extra story. And we have worked with, DPW, the city forester. And once we wrap up some coordination with DPW, we'll be filing that NBC permit. That's why we asked for a waiver from that one. Providence Water Supply Board, and we're here tonight for a preliminary plan. And final delegated to administrative. Thank you.
Any questions? It's our presentation, Oscar's here with the architect, answer any questions.
You did, just to clarify, you're requesting that the final plan be delegated to DPD staff. Okay. Just a few basic questions and then everyone else here. Do you have an elevator stop on the roof, or is that just an elevator penthouse? It looked like a stop.
It would just be a penthouse, just the overrun for the elevator. The elevator won't make it up to the roof this time.
So it'll be a 6-stop elevator, the cellar and 5 stories?
Correct.
How did you increase the units from 28 to 35?
It was 26 units before.
26 units.
So we increased them by 9. Basically, we kind of just took advantage a little bit of the size of the lot, while also kind of keeping in mind all the landscaping that was required.
Could you increase the size of the building?
Correct, yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah. The building did increase, the footprint increase, which caused a unit increase as well.
Okay. And then you have, per the calculations, you have your minimum bike parking is 7 spaces and you have 7 bikes.
Yeah, we have 7 bike spots located in the bike room in the cellar.
All right.
Maybe. Or I feel like one more.
Okay. Commissioners, questions of the applicant?
Can you go back to the landscape plan? I think it was. So with the increased footprint, did the building grow widthwise as well as lengthwise, or?
The building grew widthwise.
I'm sorry to cut in, but do you have, it's hard to understand with your permitting schedule, which you have approval for and which you didn't. So you said you worked through DPW. Did you have city forester approval on this plan?
I don't know if we've received a complete approval yet, because we did modify the landscape plan, but we have been in communication with him, working on the, John Cotter has had communications with him on the existing trees along the Waterman Street and, the landscaping proposed.
So the existing trees that are on Waterman Street off of your property.
Yes, there's an existing tree, honey locust on Waterman Street. We're proposing an additional tree per the requirements, and additional requirements, not required within our property, but on this project, we are incorporating a lot more low landscaping than we have on other projects in the area.
So I guess I'm not clear, you're not sure if you have city forester approval yet?
So we communicated with the forester with respect to the master plan. I'm not sure there was approval with, I don't wanna characterize it as approval, there was certainly coordination.
But yeah, but everything changed from master plan to preliminary, it seems, the building size got bigger and the landscape probably shifted. Is what they,
Yeah, the requirement is canopy trees. There was well in excess of the requirement under master plan. There still is in excess of
Okay.
You have over 3,000 square feet of tree canopy proposed, 1479 is required. So there may be yes, sure.
The requirements in the C2 zone is to have a minimum canopy for the lot size. So for the lot size that has not changed, we are required to have 1,479 square feet. We're proposing 3,000. That has not changed since the master plan. The internal landscaping is what was modified.
okay,
And I just want to be clear about that. The size of the building increased, the size of the lot did not change from the original
understood,
proposal.
yes, the lot stayed the same, but the building grew.
How do you propose to heat the building?
Typically, what we've done in his past buildings for this client is we would just use a mixture of mini splits and heat pumps throughout each unit. So each unit would typically have 2 mini splits depending on the size and locations, which account for all the condensers are up on the roof now.
Mr. Chair, I had a question about the material that you're using on the facade. The other building that you're erecting at the corner, I noticed that you had mocked up a couple of different facade materials for the ground floor. Have you decided what you're gonna use there? And have you decided what you're gonna use here on the ground floor veneer?
No, there's been no decision yet on the stone. I think we're still going back and forth, whether it's brick or stone and the variations in the brick and stone and as well as the sizes as well. So for the moment, we're still proposing the original materials on here, which is, either it's gonna be a brick or stone, a masonry material on the ground floor and, a metal panel, composite piece on the upper levels.
I think just from the staff perspective, our preference for both of these would be brick as opposed to some sort of stacked stone that doesn't really have much of a precedence as a exterior, masonry material. Sometimes that's used as somewhat of an accent, but when used on the entire ground floor, I think brick is much more something in keeping with the look, but that's my personal opinion. I would defer to other commission members. If there's an opportunity.
I don't disagree, I mean,
Yeah, I would agree. I think there's, in this neighborhood specifically, with a lot of the larger residential buildings, we've got a lot of precedent for brick. And that can be gray brick or brown brick or, we could make arguments about one or the other, but stone doesn't have that same character, I would argue.
I would agree. Would the applicant agree to a brick, depending?
We
Obviously.
could definitely discuss it with them. I know on the 116 building on the Wayland Ave side, there is, I think, 4 or 5 mock-ups of brick there. Essentially, so it's not something that he's opposed to anyway. So it's definitely something we're still experimenting in terms of what's the right look and what's the right type of brick. So we're definitely open to that. So.
I mean, I think we can make that a condition of preliminary plan approval. They've requested relief, not relief, but an adjustment. And therefore it's in our rules that we're allowed to have purview over the.
I think you have purview regardless.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, all right. I'm willing to consider that as a requirement of approval, should we so vote in that direction. Yeah. Okay, commissioners, any other questions of the applicant before we open up to public comment? Okay, at this point, this is a public meeting. We will open up the floor to public comment. If you're here on agenda item number 5, 108 to 110 Waterman Street, please, make a line here, raise your hand, come on up. And if you're joining us in the virtual world, please raise your virtual hand at the bottom middle portion of your screen, or press *9 if you're calling in. And Cameron, did you want to?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You put down both 5 and 6, so.
Yeah. Keep it short.
Okay.
Say your full name, spell it please.
Sure. Cameron Lafreniere,
LA.
LAF, capital F, RENIERE,
Thank you.
and it's 115 Butler Ave. So I did just get off the RIPTA bus, stuck in traffic. Great segue, as this is some great transit-oriented development, much needed in this neighborhood. I think this is clearly within the scope of the comprehensive plan, changes to growth zones, and I think we need more of these buildings everywhere within the growth corridors. I don't see how, a 5-story brick building is out of scope with Providence. Providence, if you close your eyes, I think a lot of people would imagine a 5-story brick building. Some people might imagine a 3-story colonial. Sure, those are great too. I don't want to demolish those, but like we need to get this moving, get buildings like this on the map, and get people out of their cars and onto the street, walking, biking, taking transit. And is there parking in this proposal? No? Great, I love that. I think that's amazing. All right, I stand my time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in the room who would wish to speak on this matter? And is there anyone joining us in the virtual world who wishes to speak on this matter? All right, seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Move on to discussion and deliberation. This has 2 portions of it. The first is waiver of state approvals. And the second is obviously preliminary plan approval, but yeah, why don't you read the staff report and the findings?
Yeah, sure, commissioners, and a quick summary before you all move into the vote. So as discussed, this is a mixed use project in the C2 zone that allows mixed use development consisting of commercial and residential by right. The applicant did go through the dimension and design requirements, and we do find that they largely comply with the regulations of the C2 zone. You had granted dimensional adjustment for height at the master plan stage. As discussed, they will be providing landscaping. As you saw, that will be subject to the forester's approval. They are proposing to conduct an administrative subdivision, which would remove the need for parking. And so they will be meeting the bicycle parking requirement, though not required to provide vehicular parking. As far as the environmental impact goes, you did find at the master plan stage that the proposed roof deck could have a negative environmental impact, and that has been removed. Also at the master plan stage, the architectural significance of the building was being discussed, and the Historic District Commission did have some suggestions that we will talk about soon. They did request a waiver from submission of state approvals, and we recommend that you grant that, finding that it will be in the interest of good planning practice, as it would allow for the project to progress. So based on that, we do find that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan, given its location and land use. this is a use that's permitted in the zone. And the applicant will conform to the dimensional and design requirements with you having granted an adjustment for height. Also to that, we would add that they shall use brick as treatment on the ground floor. No parking is required. They will meet the landscaping requirement. We don't foresee any significant negative environmental impacts. And this will be a buildable lot subject to the applicant applying for the administrative subdivision as proposed. And street access will be provided from Waterman Street and Phones Alley. So based on that, we recommend that you vote to grant the waiver from submission of state approvals with the condition that it be submitted with the final plan. And then we recommend that you vote to approve the preliminary plan subject to these conditions. The applicant shall document the building's interior and exterior and present an archival package to the State Historic Preservation Committee as well as the DPD. The applicant shall apply for an administrative subdivision to configure the lots as depicted on the plan. They shall work with the forester to determine appropriate planting locations, and their landscaping plan shall be subject to their approval. They are required to file a lien for a parking space at 112 Waterman Street to be used by the property at 134 Waterman Street for the parking space that will be moved. The applicant shall obtain any required encroachment permits at the permitting stage. And also, we, as stated, the applicant shall employ brick as a treatment on the ground floor. And finally, final plan should be delegated to a DPD staff.
Mr. Chairman, can I be heard on the condition?
Yeah, you may be heard. Come on.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the courtesy, being heard. Let me just say this, I understand the concern with respect to aesthetics. And this is not in the design district. This is not asking for the adjustment at this stage. I would suggest to you that design is not one of the jurisdictions of this board at this time. I think brick by itself could be more expensive. The labor is more expensive with respect to that. And that it really constrains the applicant with respect to expenses and design and detail of the structure, which I'd suggest is within his purview, not within the purview of this board. I hear what you're saying. I think brick is very limiting. I think if you're gonna add the condition, you should say brick and or masonry or broader than just brick, because that would be very constraining as to what he could use. Evidently, you're not requiring a color, but somebody could construe that as being a particular color. Brick, I think, comes in different colors. I think I've had my say with respect to that.
Thank you. We'll agree to disagree that it's under our purview or not. We have made the assertion that it is. And I don't believe we are dictating the color of the masonry, just that it will be masonry and not stone, is what we're proposing the condition to be. And Bob, if you want to chime in at all.
Yeah, so in Article 8 of your regulations, there's a section called 803 Mitigation of Negative Impacts. Item B says impacts to the built environment. The permitting authority may require modifications to the plan to mitigate negative impacts to the built environment. Mitigation measures may include, but are not limited to, building design, including but not limited to overall scale, massing and height, fenestration, building materials, and setback. And then it goes on from there. So I would argue that you do have that authority clearly. This is, I think, one thing to consider is that these days a masonry veneer, they identify in their plan masonry veneer, and it sort of appears as the pattern that the designers has used is a brick looking pattern. It's impossible to tell if it's brick or not, but at any rate, it's masonry veneer. Anything that they're going to put on here, whether it looks like brick or whether it looks like stacked stone, it's a veneer. They're not using full depth brick. They're not building a structural wall out of masonry. They're applying something that it's brick, but it's like tile more than it is a structural, structural like you might find in an old brick building. So, I'm not an expert here. We do have people who have a little more experience with construction and design and might be able to opine as to whether applying a stacked stone veneer is going to be materially less expensive than applying a brick veneer. I've seen brick veneer applied where it literally these thin pieces of brick snap into a channel, and then it's sort of essentially grouted. It's a mortar, but it's applied sort of like grout. So that's my personal opinion, and we see the stuff used all the time. So
I would agree. I've seen it used. There are many sort of treatments that would have the appearance of brick, and we know we're not building a full first floor of brick. That's not how you're constructing this building, nor are we requiring you to do so. It's the veneer not to be stone, to be a brick veneer. That is masonry. Doesn't have to be red brick. There are some, darker shades of brick as well that have been constructed recently. Again, they're all veneers.
Can I just be clear? And I know
Well,
sorry.
the public meeting, we just want.
I'm not gonna extend this, but you had talked about it being only on the first floor, and I just want to make sure that that's clear in the record.
Well, yeah, because the upper floors have been stated that they're going to be a composite, and that's fine. We just didn't want the stone.
well,
Can I just input a little bit, because I was in one of my notes
You're right, one of them.
is, again, the rendering might be, renderings are tricky, in figuring out materials, but I guess I would urge the applicant also to think about, at the upper floors, not mimicking materials that the materials aren't. So I think what we're seeing is some sort of composite panel or aluminum panel that mimics wood, and I would say similar to the brick, are there ways we can look into materials that aren't mimicking wood? If it's wood, make it wood. If it's not wood, make it clear that it's not wood.
Well, and actually to further that, I can't tell from the rendering if that stone veneer is supposed to continue on to 2, 3,
Yeah, it might also be.
and 4 of that left corner of the building as you're facing it from Waterman. So I would say that the masonry is intended to carry throughout where there's masonry shown, masonry or stone shown. And your recommendation about the materiality, I also am perfectly fine.
And one other note on
I don't know how we
materiality.
can just clarify that into the condition. We can come back to it so that we clarify it.
Yeah, my one last note on materiality is just, it looks like, the sort of storefront windows are more broken up than the upper level windows. That I was just curious about the, kind of, direction behind that, and whether it's possible to create more openness in that storefront, in the glass, so that we, they've almost done it, backwards from what I would expect, where the residential windows are quite open and the storefront is more divided.
Maybe we can have the architect from Aronian speak to that. And the intention or lack thereof behind that design.
Yeah, so the design really just spurred off of the 116 building. So we had very similar storefront conditions at the 116 property, which is just 2 properties over. So we had large pieces of glass for the commercial space, just because we also don't know what exactly would be filling in that space. So we didn't want to limit ourselves with just broken up pieces of glass in essentially a vanilla box at the moment. So
I think what
Yeah.
she's speaking to is the exact opposite of that. A 3.5 shows, yeah, divided lights instead of a full piece of glass.
On the first floor.
8.35, first floor, the commercial area,
Yep,
building height plan. If you look at that first floor commercial, you have a main entrance and then three large divided light windows with.
correct. Yeah, that's the same approach we took on the 116 building, which is just large pieces of glass on the commercial front.
It's possible this has been updated. I'm actually responding to the rendering that. I'm just not looking at like.
It's showing them throughout.
Sheet X 3.3. And there's a bunch of these sort of front elevations.
That's 3.2.
Yeah, X 3.2. I think maybe,
Yeah, 3.3, 3.2. A little bit on 3.1. In the elevations, they almost look like garage doors, but they're not.
I guess I'm a little confused as just what the question is in terms of the glazing on the commercial area.
I'm wondering whether there's a possibility that you guys might examine using larger pieces of glass that are less divided than what you're showing in the elevations. To promote more sort of interaction with the sidewalk and the streetscape.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that we could look into, if needed anyways, expanding the glazing on the ground level for the commercial unit. We just try to stay basically with the same look that we've set a precedent on for the commercial at the corner of Waterman and Brook Street, so, which are large pieces of glass on the commercial storefront.
I'm having trouble getting this up on the screen. I can't really get it to share, but this is, you know. This is the elevation we're talking about.
So I'm talking about those 4x4 sort of.
Yeah.
Is there a way to reduce the amount of vision in those large pieces of glass?
Well, there's a transparency requirement that we need to meet by zoning, which is why they're so large, so we can't really
So we like
reduce
the
them.
size, just the amount of divided lights that you have.
So just
So just take out.
The
Right.
crisscross.
The mullions.
Yeah, we
just remove the mullions.
Okay, yeah, we could definitely do that, but it's also, that's the same look that we did on the next commercial storefront. That's kind of the reasoning behind it. We were just matching the commercial
We
storefront
didn't
that's
have
2 blocks
Charlotte
away.
here to help
Yeah.
us make better design choices when we approve that development.
I guess that's a personal opinion.
And with the stone veneer, if you change that first floor to brick. Now, is that gonna have to run through the rest of the building? We have the next 3 levels. Should you keep that brick going all the way up, or is it gonna look?
Ideally, yeah, so ideally, if the ask is gonna be to utilize a brick on the lower floor, we will likely use the brick on the upper levels just to keep the consistency anyway, so. And then infilling with the composite panels, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would revise my comment because I didn't realize how far that brick is supposed to go in these black and white renderings, but if it's that same material on the first floor, it should carry to those same other places. We don't want, 100 different materials, and stone definitely not above the brick. It would be on the facade where the stone and or brick is shown on the renderings. So that would be we'll get to the recommendation when we get to the recommendation. Or the votes. Anything else for the applicant before we start? The first vote we need to take is, the waiver from state approvals. So that's separated aside from any conditions that will apply to the preliminary plan. So if someone were making a motion, they would just say that the CPC should grant a waiver from submission of state approvals, finding that would be in the interest of good planning practice, with the condition that any required approvals be submitted with the final plan.
So moved.
Second. All right, we'll go around and do a vote. Will?
Aye.
Dave? Aye. Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye. And then the preliminary plan recommendation would be based on the foregoing discussion, testimony, and the materials presented. The CPC should vote to approve the master plan subject to the following conditions.
Preliminary plan, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you're right. And then I was reading and it's drafted wrong. The preliminary plan, subject to the following conditions, 1 through 5 as drafted in the staff report. Adding in 6th, as masonry, not stone, will be used on the facade of the building where stone and or brick is shown on the renderings. 7, first floor masonry, not stone.
Stone masonry.
Stone is nice.
Okay, so
If you want brick, you should say brick.
Yeah.
I agree, brick. A brick facade shall be, not stone, will be used in the areas of the rendering where stone and or brick is shown. That's number 6. And 7, first floor glazing to reduce the mullions or divided lights while maintaining the size of the openings on the first floor. Windows and 7, all right, sorry, that was 7. And 8 would be final plan approval shall be delegated to DPD staff.
Motion to approve.
A motion,
Second.
second. That work. All right, we'll go around and do a voice vote. Will?
Aye.
Dave? Aye. Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Best of luck. Now we will go back in the order of the agenda. And we'll go to agenda item number 1, which is the city council referral number 3583, an amendment of the ordinance for entertainment.
I'll do the introduction to this one, Mr. Chair. So first thing I want to do is give you a little bit of background on the current way that we regulate entertainment in the zoning ordinance. We have a couple of different use codes. We have live entertainment ancillary use, which is essentially live music that happens as a sort of accessory or ancillary use to some other thing that's happening on the property. But if that's approved, you are allowed to have musical acts, theatrical plays, performance art, DJs and so forth. There's something less than that that's called incidental entertainment, which is essentially intended to be background music in a bar or a restaurant. And the rules around incidental entertainment are pretty restrictive. Currently, it's limited. If you're gonna have live music performance, it can't be any more than 3 acoustic instruments, and there can't be any amplification. So, if you imagine, someone in the corner in a bar, if they're playing guitar and singing, they wouldn't be able to have any kind of PA system, no matter how loud it is. Or you could have pre-recorded music played over a pre-selected playlist with a permanently installed sound system. So that, if there's a iPhone playing, over a built-in speakers, then you're allowed to do that, but you can't have, you can't bring in a sound system. You can't have a cover charge, you can't, employ flashing lights, lasers, strobe lights, and no dancing. So, there's been some discussion about trying to, amend this for some time, and, a couple of members of the city council, I believe the council president and Councilman Pichardo introduced this ordinance, that would, revise the definition of incidental entertainment. It would also, refine a little bit, outdoor entertainment, and tweak a couple of other definitions. The main thing here is that incidental entertainment would now be able to have live music performance. It could be amplified. But a lot of the restrictions would still be in place, including an explicit prohibition on disc jockeys. And so, that would be the first change. The second change would be this live entertainment ancillary use, which again is more like amplified, full-blown performance. Currently, it's allowed by special use permit in the C3 and in the D1 zone. This ordinance would allow it by right. And then, temporary outdoor entertainment would be, renamed to be called temporary entertainment. That doesn't have to be outdoors, it could be indoors or outdoors, but it would be clear that it would require would require an entertainment license by the Board of Licenses. And then, it would, give a little bit more guidance to the, permitting authorities about how it can be conducted. So, that sort of, sums up the changes. It's intended to, more or less keep the same regulatory structure in place, but to allow a little bit more flexibility when it comes to incidental entertainment, and give the city and applicants a little more guidance when it comes to temporary entertainment.
Commissioners, do you have questions for Bob?
Can you just clarify, incidental entertainment is defined here, but how does it, when it comes to live entertainment, ancillary use and temporary entertainment, where does incidental entertainment factor in?
Good, really good question. So incidental entertainment is not a use, that's listed in the use table. It's just it's a term that's defined, and it's something that is allowed by right as part of a bar or restaurant.
Yeah.
So this is just changing the definition of that.
Yes, yeah, but it's not a use in and of itself. It can't exist without the other use. And so, effectively, in any bar or restaurant, you're allowed to have incidental entertainment. You don't need a special entertainment license. That's one of the distinctions between incidental and live entertainment ancillary use.
And they really say that shall not allow dancing by patrons of the establishment.
Yeah, so it's this is
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
This is the issue. This is the issue that the city faces with all sorts of enforcement. What tends to happen is, you give them an inch, they take a mile. It's a slippery slope from, music that's playing quietly in the background to the main event. And so, if
And the goal
if
is
people-
if it's the main event,
if-
they get an entertainment license?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So, and it's a different use. It
Right.
kicks you into a different use. So if a police officer or the zoning official is in a restaurant and there's music playing and somebody starts, bobbing their head up and down, or maybe, dances a little bit on their way to the bathroom, I don't think that would be considered a violation. But if the restaurant clears out a bunch of tables and establishes clearly an area for dancing with a dance floor and starts, having lights and strobes and things like that, that tips over into something different. So incidental, the point here is that this has to be, something that is happening in the background quietly. And the thing about incidental entertainment, we make it clear that the noise is limited solely to the boundaries of the premises at all times. This is one way to enforce this. If a police officer or a zoning official can hear it outside the premises, it's clearly a violation. It's not incidental.
Okay. All right, I guess it's time for a public comment on this one. We did have, I think someone signed up for that one.
Do we have the sign-in sheet, Bev?
And then, if you're joining us, in the virtual world, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in. If you'd like to speak on this matter. Just since I know that Sharon Stone wanted to speak on this one, or Sharon Steele, sorry, wanted to speak on this one. We'll call you up first.
Hello, everybody. Sharon Steele, President of the Jewelry District Association. So I am speaking. This is Don't Shoot the Messenger. I am relaying feedback from the people who live in the Jewelry District. So I'm gonna focus on outdoor entertainment. And I want to make sure that I understand correctly. So outdoor entertainment now requires an entertainment license by way of the Board of Licenses. That is a question.
So I think the answer is yes. But so if you look at the very end of this ordinance, 1204 use definitions, temporary entertainment is now defined, or will, if this ordinance passes, it'll be defined as periodic live indoor or outdoor performance performed by one or more persons, et cetera, et cetera. Temporary entertainment events include fireworks shows, horse shows, animal shows, and so forth. So the definition is meant to broaden the scope of temporary entertainment to include both indoor and outdoor. And then 1203, one section up there, temporary use standards, defines what are the rules under which temporary entertainment can happen. So if it's temporary entertainment, where temporary outdoor or indoor entertainment requires an entertainment license. I think the question is everywhere, is outdoor entertainment always considered temporary entertainment? And I think the answer is yes.
Okay, so that was my assumption. So I guess now I can proceed because I just wanted to make sure I understood it the way you just presented it. Okay, so are you going to say more, Bob? No. Okay, so under the quality of life issues, what is happening now in this outside entertainment, people are not now required to go to the Board of Licenses to get an entertainment license. So as we move forward, is it fair to say that that is now going to be required for temporary outdoor entertainment? Yes. Okay. So the issues that we're having now revolve around noise levels, the length of time that the music is being played, the use of laser strobes and flash bombs, the fact that the music is so loud that adjacent restaurants are having problems because the people inside the restaurants literally can't conduct a conversation, and that they are not able to serve outside in those businesses. It has occurred on 2 weekends, one in June and one in July, that people who live in the closest building have had to go to a hotel because they literally can't survive in living in their own condo. And those laser strobes and flash bombs literally can penetrate windows and window coverings, and literally you are subjected to them if you are literally living in your apartment. And so is it fair to say that those are all issues that can be brought forward at the Board of Licenses with respect to securing an entertainment license?
I can't speak for the Board of Licenses, but I believe the answer is yes.
Okay, terrific. So,
It seems like what you're saying is that you're in support of this tightening of restrictions of oversight on temporary and outdoor entertainment. It seems like it's more of a code enforcement issue that you're concerned with.
precisely. And if I go back to the days of attending hundreds of license hearings, when we're talking about the incidental music, we are again having these problems where the music, because it is amplified, literally is penetrating, and you can hear it and be subjected to it outside of the building. So again, the assumption is once it penetrates the building, then in fact, it is ripe for an enforcement issue, correct? Yes.
Sounds that way, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you know, we do have a noise ordinance, and I think what Sharon is talking about is a major issue. You know, just because you're outside, doesn't absolve, and just because you have a license doesn't absolve you of the requirement to abide by other ordinances, and I have absolutely experienced what she's talking about with respect to the volume of entertainment that's inside or outside.
Okay, so again, you are experts at the language here. Is this as tight as we need it to be, is my question. In other words, can we enforce based upon what this said? Not we, the police, the appropriate people and entities, can they begin to enforce based on this? And is this upon passage that this takes effect?
Well, this is a recommendation by the city council, so we are giving the recommendation, our stamp of approval, if we pass this back with our recommendation, is to pass this, and then they will take it back up, and there'll be probably 2 hearings on it, and one hearing?
Yeah, 2 passages.
2 passages, right, two votes on it.
One hearing, so it will go from here back to the council.
Back to the council, and then there'll be 2 passages for it.
Okay, so I am going to give you, as I suggested earlier, an email from the resident in the closest building so that you have a pretty good idea of what is happening and how this is a huge negative impact on quality of life in neighborhoods. And not just in the Jewelry District. This is happening in many other neighborhoods in the city.
And again, we're, just to clarify for everyone here and audience at home, you're in support of this.
Absolutely in
Okay.
support of it, long overdue. I hope it passes quickly, and then we can begin to maybe get some quality of life back to the people who live in these neighborhoods, so thank you.
Understood, thank you.
Can I just ask one question related to Sharon's first question?
Sure.
So live entertainment ancillary use, that can also be both indoors and outdoors, or no?
It's actually different. I think the only type of outdoor entertainment is temporary outdoor entertainment. And once you're into it's temporary entertainment. Once you're into temporary entertainment, then you go by the definition of temporary entertainment.
Yeah, and then you're in a board of licenses.
Then you're in a board of licenses.
Yeah,
Yeah, because incidental entertainment is only indoors.
yeah, I'm wondering about this live entertainment ancillary use, where it doesn't
Unless it's
actually
permitted.
specify that it's indoors only. It seems like it could be indoors and outdoors, and then it's permitted by the. you
It
know,
says
by
if
the-
incidental entertainment is provided as part of a permitted outdoor use, it shall cease at 9 PM.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's kind of you can
That's
have,
what I didn't know.
you can have incidental, so imagine sidewalk tables with some, wall mounted speakers playing quiet.
Right,
Maybe some very quietly play, if you're in the yard, if a restaurant has a courtyard and there's a little bit of, quietly played music, that's different than, that can be outdoors, and there are certain restrictions about that.
Because it's technically an extension of your premises.
Yeah, that's right. But this temporary outdoor entertainment is effectively the equivalent of live entertainment ancillary use, but outdoors. And it's clear that that requires an entertainment license.
Just because we're still in public comment, is there anyone else from the general public here in the audience today who wishes to speak on this matter? And again, going back to our virtual room, is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item? Again, indicate so by raising your virtual hand or pressing *9. And seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. All right.
I just want, not to belabor this point, but the definition of live entertainment ancillary use, which is, I guess, 1204.
Yep.
It just doesn't talk about anything about indoors versus outdoors, so it might make sense to include in whatever recommendation that we recommend, that include in that definition, we say that's indoors. There's only one mode of outdoor.
I think that's
Yeah.
fair.
Mhm.
I mean, there is other language in the zoning ordinance that says everything has to be indoors except for the things we allow outdoors. But if you want, we can clarify that.
I think it's a good part of our recommendation. Okay with that. Guess someone could say so moved
With that condition.
with that condition.
I feel like I made the condition, so somebody else
Yeah.
should say so.
Oh, so moved. All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll go around. Will?
Aye.
Dave? Aye. Charlotte
Hi.
and I vote aye. Right, moving right along to agenda item number 2, which is a fun one. It's another city council referral. It's referral number 3584, accessory dwelling units. As we know, the
Okay.
state laws recently changed, so we have to change our.
Yes. Okay, so, the General Assembly passed a bill It was signed by the governor on June 25th. And it requires that we allow for accessory dwelling units. And so just to kind of walk through this, an accessory dwelling unit is defined as a residential living unit on the same lot where the principal use is a legally established single-family dwelling or multifamily dwelling. So in other words, anywhere where you have a residential building on that same lot, you can have an accessory dwelling unit. I'll get into that in a second. So they tweaked the definition of accessory dwelling unit a little bit. It used to be, well, it's changed a couple of times. So needless to say, the definition has been changed a little bit. Later on in the act, in the bill, it says an accessory dwelling unit that meets certain requirements shall be a permitted use in all residential districts. Okay. And that it has to be permitted through an administrative building permit process only. You can't require any special land development or special use permit or anything like that. So what that says to me is that on every lot that has a single family, two family, three family, multifamily in a residential zone, you can get one accessory dwelling unit. Okay, and then later on it says one accessory dwelling unit per lot shall be allowed by right. Okay, and there are three different conditions under which we have to allow it. On an owner-occupied property as a reasonable accommodation for family members with disabilities. That's number one. Number two, on a lot with a total lot area of 20,000 square feet or more for which the primary use is residential. Okay. Those first two, we can almost disregard because the third one kind of controls in my reading, where the proposed ADU is located within the existing footprint of the primary structure or existing accessory attached or detached structure and does not expand the footprint of the structure. Now, there's a couple of different ways you could read this third condition, where it says the existing footprint of the primary structure or existing accessory detached or attached structure and does not expand the footprint of the structure. One reading of that is, as of June 25th, any existing house, any existing garage, any existing outbuilding can accommodate an ADU. But that word existing, they don't really define. So what if someone builds a single family house today? It's existing. The law implies that you could add it to something that's existing. So I believe that number three kind of, makes numbers 1 and 2 kind of irrelevant in the statute. So our proposed ordinance very simply says, if you have a residential building and it's in a residential zone, you get one ADU. You can get it in the principal building or in a legally permitted existing or newly constructed outbuilding, garage or some other kind of outbuilding. You're still subject to setback requirements. You're still subject to lot coverage and impervious surface regulations. You're still subject to height regulations. And you can do it by adding on to your house or occupying a space within your house that already exists. The law goes on to say that we can limit the size of ADUs. One studio or one bedroom, we can limit it to 900 square feet or 60% of the floor area of the principal dwelling, whichever is smaller. And we propose to do that. For 2 bedroom ADUs, we can limit it to 1,200 square feet or 60% of the floor area of the principal dwelling, whichever is less. We propose to do that as well. And we also propose that no ADU can be bigger than 2 bedrooms. We want them to be accessory, you know, a little bit smaller than the principal building, but you can get 1 or 2 bedrooms. Okay. So that's kind of, you know, this thing in a nutshell. And one of the reasons, by the way, that I think that this number 3, where it talks about existing footprint, I think it kind of has to apply to new construction, is because there's a section later that says, that we shall allow ADUs as part of applications for new primary dwelling units. Okay, and then later it says, we can't limit ADUs to lots with pre-existing dwelling units or otherwise prohibit ADUs as part of applications for new primary dwelling units or subdivision. So they say that a couple of times in this act. So I don't want to sort of, honestly, I don't know that we need to care that much about the nuance of this. I think it's our intention clearly that any residential building in any residential zone gets 1 ADU inside the principal building or in an outbuilding. That's what we're asking you to recommend to the council. There has been some discussion among some folks in the community about whether we could limit this to owner occupants. I don't think the law allows us to do that. The law explicitly strikes language in the definition. Wait a minute, let me find it. It's not in the definition. It is later on. Yeah, it's later on in the law on page 10. It says, it used to say an accessory dwelling unit in an owner occupied residence shall be permitted. That language in an owner occupied residence has been stricken from the law. So the law now says an accessory dwelling unit that meets certain requirements shall be permitted in all residential zoning districts. So I think that the law does not allow us to limit it to owner occupants. Again, if the goal of this is to produce lots and lots of housing in our city, I don't know that this is the ultimate panacea. I don't know that this is gonna get us tens of thousands of units. It's gonna get us lots of units, but I don't think limiting it to owner occupancy is productive. So I think we can maybe kind of sidestep whether it's legal or not. I don't think we should. So again, owner occupied or not, our ordinance would say, you know, again, 1 ADU per residence in a residential district. So I think that's it. That's all I have to say about what this does.
I think, just real quick, the definitions are under U 1, 2, 3, 4, pretty clear cut. Number 6, short-term rentals are not permitted with an accessory dwelling unit is expressly in.
That's in the law. Yep.
Number 5, an accessory dwelling unit is considered part of the dwelling unit for the purposes of determining the numbers of college students. So that means in a single family home, if you have a single family home and an ADU, again, they're still qualified as a single family home. The combination of the two is what is the number of college students that occupy that single.
Yeah, right. I'm glad you brought that up, and I should have mentioned it. So we have a rule today that says in a single family home, in a single family zone, you can't have more than 3 college students. That rule applies very narrowly, only to single family homes in single family zones. We didn't want this ADU to be a loophole that would allow for a single family home in a single family zone all of a sudden to not be subject to the student rule anymore. So the first thing is an ADU does not make you a two-family dwelling. It makes you a single family home plus an ADU. And also, we're making it clear that when the student rule applies to the entire property, not the principal building and the ADU, it applies to the entire property. So if you do have a single family house in a single family zone and you have an ADU, no matter where the students live, there can only be three of them.
And I think that's important to clarify because there's been a lot of discussion about adding zones to the student housing ordinance and so having this clear here, I think is very important.
Yeah, and you know, if the council decides to expand the student rule to other types of housing and other zones, this language is broad enough that it would not have to be amended.
Yeah, other than that, I just wanted to bring that up and discuss that with everyone, but overall, I mean, this is the goal. We just recommended passing a comprehensive plan that includes language similar to this. We want this throughout the city.
And we're doing it now because this is in
We have
effect.
to.
If someone walked in the door today and applied for an ADU, in fact, people already have, we have to give them permits. We just don't have any rules around them. So the assembly gave us no time to put this into effect. I wish they had, but they didn't.
So am I correct that we've taken out the state law and what we're doing here is taking out all rules regarding who can occupy ADUs, meaning like there's
No
no
longer
family
family,
rule? Okay.
Correct.
And then I guess the other question I have is, there's lots of regulations having to do with rental apartments or rental units now in the city of Providence or in the state more generally. Will ADUs, how are ADUs regulated relative to rental units?
Oh, meaning like,
I know, I'm thinking about, I mean, maybe it's more proposed legislation, like, a lot of proposed legislation around, I don't know, rent controls, building code conformance, slide conformance, all of
I
that.
have someone on the commission who can speak to this a little bit, but my assumption would be that it's still a code enforcement issue as far as meeting basic living code. Right?
Yeah, and if it was,
It has to be a habitable
And if-
unit.
it looks like the ADU can be leased because the state statute says we cannot restrict tenants based on familial relationships or age. But to the extent there was a residential lease, the Landlord Tenant Act would apply.
Right.
Got it.
So any like lead mitigation regulations that the state passes apply to ADUs. However, it's expressly stated in the state law that no short-term rentals, it's they don't say it in those terms, but it's specific to no short-term rentals for those units. It needs to be a lease.
Right.
But you can't rent them. So, yeah, if you turned your.
It's like a studio apartment.
Yes, okay.
it's gotta be at least a month-to-month lease.
Yes. And one question, somewhere it came up with the height restriction, and I'm thinking.
Oh, gosh.
We were gonna
Thank
talk
you,
about that.
thank you. Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that. So, right now, we allow accessory structures to be up to 20 feet high. And we have seen a couple of these built in recent, years. And some of them are done well and tastefully and look great, others not so much. A 20-foot wall without windows on a lot line in the footprint of a garage does not look good to the neighboring property. You know, if it's got a pitched roof, if the garage is set back a little bit, if the lot is a little bit bigger, then it starts to get better. So I have suggested a change to the language in the ordinance that I would like to include in this. And I'm sorry I didn't get it to you sooner, but it was just something that kind of came up in our discussions. We think that the maximum height of an accessory structure should be limited to 10 feet at the lot line. And if you imagine a 45-degree plane, as you move away from the lot line, going up 1 foot, going up 1 foot for every 1 foot you go in to a maximum of 20 feet. That would be the allowable height envelope for an accessory structure, any accessory structure, up to a maximum of 20 feet. So you can be, if you're 10 feet away from a lot line, you can be 20 feet high. You can also have a pitched roof that slopes down from that 25, as long as you stay within that envelope. So I think this is, if we're gonna start seeing people putting, you know, adding on to their garages, single-story ADUs in garages are fantastic all day long. We had one built over in the West End. Commissioner Noel Sanchez was the contractor on that one. It's fantastic, but if people want to put a second floor on something like that, we don't want them going, you know, vertical up to 20 feet on the lot line, especially because you can't put windows on buildings like that. And, you know, if you imagine a building like that with a flat roof, vinyl sided, it's just not gonna look good. It's potentially gonna cast a lot of shade. It's gonna be overwhelming and really not what we want. We want these things to look tasteful. We don't want them to have a significant change to the existing built environment. That's kind of the whole purpose behind this. In the main structure, in a smaller accessory structure. And we have seen some very tasteful, you know, carriage houses that have, you know, slightly higher roofs. There are ways that it can be done, and we think that adding this language would be appropriate.
I just thought of something that I thought I remembered reading in the state law, which was, I don't see it here, and maybe I'm just missing it. Or maybe I read it here and now I can't find it. The number of stories that this unit can be is only 1 story, correct?
No, that's
I
not,
thought I read
that's not
that
in the law.
State law.
It's not my understanding.
Okay.
No, you could have a 2-story accessory dwelling unit, and it can be, if it's a 2-bedroom unit, it can be 1,200 square feet. That's big. That's the size of a lot of, you know, of course, your main structure has to be, you know, bigger than that, such that it's no more than 60% of the size of it. But there is, for certain properties, there is a path to getting a 1,200 square foot accessory dwelling unit. But it could be multiple stories.
So in this case, with this sort of addition, I guess, what do you do if you're a property owner that has a garage that's on the lot line that's taller than 10 feet?
So
At the time this is adopted, it would be a pre-existing non-conforming.
So, and so
That's
that
right.
would be allowed to be converted
Yes,
into
It'd be
an
allowed to
ADU?
be.
It would be.
You just can't build a new one.
That's right. Yep.
Okay, any other questions for Bob before we open this up? We've seen there are, we've gotten some public comment. This is the first one that we have had public comment prior to the meeting on, and it was circulated to us. And then, so we have read that. Then we'll see, is anyone here in this room on this one? Okay. Anyone in our virtual room? Okay, we do have someone. Mr. Dalgarian? And then if you're joining us in the virtual world, just so that we can line you up, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in.
Afternoon, Rand Bulgarian, 20 Exeter Street. Quick question, what's the minimum square footage of an ADU?
There's no minimum square footage, in the law, but there would be, I believe in the state building code, there are minimum standards for the size of, you know, bedrooms and things like that. So as a practical matter, there is a minimum size, but I don't know what that is.
Shouldn't we include that in any ADU proposition that we're offering here? Because we're magically and massively increasing density. That's not the word I would use. Overcrowding. Whole objective of zoning was to have stable neighborhoods. And that was what we've been striving towards for, what, a century now, that the city of Providence has had a zoning ordinance. And, you know, we're not suggesting that we're gonna have micro units citywide. Well, I think that we need to be responsible and put in some minimum square footage for these ADUs before we say, oh yeah, sure, fine, go ahead, anywhere you wanna put them.
Thank you. Anyone else here who wishes to speak on this? Okay, Cameron? You only wrote 5 and 6 on the sign-in sheet. I'm just kidding. Go.
Oh. Thanks for your time. Let's let a camera in front of here. I think Grant makes a decent point. The reality is like people, I mean, like there's got to be some building code minimum. Like what is that? What is it?
Well, there is, we just don't have it off.
Yeah, so like
There's
honestly,
minimum size for like bathroom, minimum size for bedroom.
yeah, I mean, I think it's important that
Ingress, egress.
yeah, we need to understand also that a big part of the reason why we will be developing ADUs is to have people that have disabilities and people that are elderly, you know, being able to live within the existing, you know, lot of you know, maybe a caretaker or someone. So like, I don't want us to forget those people when it comes to building ADUs in Providence. I don't want us to say, oh, we need a minimum square footage of 500 square feet when like someone only uses it as a place to sleep, for example, or maybe they have a kitchenette or something like. I don't see why that would be unreasonable. So I don't think it's that crazy to have, you know, like, but I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christian Roseland, 842 Hope Street. I appreciate the council's consideration of this matter. I would just encourage you not to add additional limitations on ADUs beyond those that already exist for minimum sizes. In state law, we have, and in existing zoning in the city, we already have limitations here. I would encourage you to be liberal with the ADUs because in other cities, ADUs have been shown to be an effective tool in combating the housing crisis. I agree, Bob, that they are not a panacea or a silver bullet, but they have helped and will honestly solve the housing crisis. One ADU and one mixed-use building and one of its own neighborhood at a time. So thank you.
Thank you. We do have a couple people online joining us as well. Nina Markov.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I don't know if Bob shared the email that I had sent about this matter. So I don't know if you've seen that, but I'll just quickly say that I do support the owner occupied restriction because I think that having an ADU can really support home ownership by making it more affordable and therefore allow more people to buy homes, which they might not otherwise be able to afford. And I think we're already offering a lot of opportunities for non-resident developers and absentee landlords to create a lot more density with the comp plan upzoning. And I just I think, my fear is that without the owner occupied restriction, that developers will swoop in on houses and outbid ordinary people for them. And I think that, I think that it would be great to allow homeownership to be more affordable. And I'm afraid that if you don't keep the owner occupied restriction, that you're going to make it, have this will benefit developers rather than owner occupants and ordinary families. So I wanted to say that. And also, this is like more minor, but the ADU is not permitted to be used for Airbnbs. But to me, and that makes a lot of sense if an investor owns a home, because, we all know what problems that party houses can cause when, ADUs are used for short-term rentals. But if you are living in the home and have an Airbnb, that can also help you afford the home. So I feel less strongly about that. I mean, but I feel strongly about the owner occupancy limit as a way to make home ownership more affordable.
Okay, thank you very much. Jeremy.
Yeah, Galley.
Jeremy Galley. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
No, you got it right. Thank you. Jeremy Galley, 165 Windmill Street. I just want to follow up on Nina's point. I definitely agree with what she's saying about the owner occupancy restriction. I feel like we're potentially creating a slippery slope here if we don't have that language in the law. Because we're going to have, like she said, delinquent landlords, which I know a few, that are just going to basically create this unit, rent it out, and then you have the issue with overcrowding. And also with overcrowding, you're looking at something that's detrimental to the noise pollution improvements that Mayor Smiley is trying to create. So I just feel like you're working against yourself here. And I don't know how he would potentially improve things if you're just going to create more sources of noise. So fully agree with Nina. I just wanted to state that. Agree with her statement about, if it's owner occupied, using that as an Airbnb helps you pay your mortgage. I mean, it's a win-win. So yeah, that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much. All right, I don't see anyone else. Oh, the one last one from
Ian Saxon.
him.
I'll be in another one very quick.
And then there's someone else who's in the back. You want to just stand up over here on deck?
Ian Saxene, 500 Wickenden Street. To respond to some of these comments, a great way to stop overcrowding is to build more homes. Also, we might mention, if we're worried about absolutely abuse of Airbnbs, I think the fact that the previous two testimonies talking about letting owner occupants do what they want with their property, but with less concern for the sort of many renters who are looking for a place to live. We shouldn't be distracted about scaremongering about sort of delinquent, scary developers when we have ordinary Providence residents, the majority of them still rent. We obviously should keep standards in place, but I want to echo the other testimony that allows us to not water down any ADU ordinance. And if anything, if we deviate from the state law, we do so in a way that would enhance quality of life and housing in the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Sisson. I'm an architect. I'm not a resident of Providence. I live at 48 Underwood Street in Pawtucket. I'm being in front of you tonight for another matter, but ADUs are near and dear to my heart. We get a lot of requests from owners who want to establish ADUs. There's been a lot of discussion about owner occupancy of ADUs. I believe the state law is accurate. They should not be limited to just owner occupants. I'll give you a very good reason for that. An owner could create an ADU, put it in their property, spend a lot of money to put it there, could be for a family member, could be for rental, could be for a child, adult child. For whatever reason, they may want to establish that ADU. They may want to just make some money to help them with home ownership. One day they may decide to sell that property. They want to have as many options as they can to sell it. They shouldn't be locked into just selling it to another owner occupant. I think it's a very difficult thing for a city to manage long term. So I think the state law is accurate. I think that's a very wise decision by our state legislature. Another thing I think the city of Providence should include in their ordinance, the state law, I believe, requires one parking spot for a one-bedroom ADU and two parking spots for a two-bedroom ADU. City of Providence only requires one parking spot for a unit. I think that'd be good to clarify that in a Providence ordinance, that it would just be one additional parking spot for an ADU. If I'm accurate on that.
I think actually it doesn't increase the parking required. The state law doesn't increase the parking requirements for the residential unit that this is an accessory unit for,
Yeah,
right?
we would exempt ADUs from
Yeah.
parking.
That's wonderful. I think that'll create a lot of additional housing in Providence. I think it's very wise of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Chris Tompkins.
And just before, Mr. Tompkins, just before you start, the state law is very clear that, in my reading of it, that it can't be limited to owner occupants, or relatives. So I just want to be clear about that, that we should look at the state law when we're looking at the law that we're looking to meet state law when we adopt this. So go ahead. Sorry, Chris.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I think I've listened to some excellent points given tonight, and I think there are going to be a lot of unintended consequences by the ADU law. And consideration should be given to setting up a 1-year probationary rule period and see what happens after a year. Because I think as a group, as a city, we'll be a lot smarter as far as the ramifications of ADUs on the community, both positive as well as negative. And I was just thinking that this is a brave new world we're entering, and that perhaps a 1-year look back that the CPC would review this matter in 1 year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that's it. All right, with that, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Again, I want to be very clear, just off the top, the two most mentioned items are pretty clear in the state law that even owner occupied, these can't be used as short-term rentals. It states that in the law, the state law that we're trying to align with, come into conformance with. So short-term rentals are not allowed, even if they're owner occupied, in an accessory dwelling unit. If you have other units that are allowed to be short-term rentals via an owner occupied building, like we allow in the city, that's allowed, just not in the accessory dwelling unit. And yeah, I mean, the other thing is that some people are saying over densification. We're looking for density. That's the whole goal of this, is we're trying to add units where it won't change the character of a neighborhood, where there's already built infrastructure. That's the whole goal. So I think as drafted with Bob's addition to the height is what we should be proposing to the city council to adopt.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I think it supports a lot of what we're trying to do, and I think it enhances our communities, bringing families together, keeping them together. And then also just adding density that we need, so.
Agreed.
And I think we need to leave it to the building code to deal with the minimums, since that's not really. We're here to think about it, its effect on neighborhood character, and minimums don't really pertain to that, I guess.
I would agree with that. Yes. Looks like Dave's in the same agreement, so I think.
Sure, a lot of the concerns you heard tonight will be naturally handled by the Department of Inspections and Standards. We're probably gonna be legalizing a number of, at the moment, unofficial or illegal ADUs would be a large part of that.
Yep.
So, the code is very explicit on a lot of the issues that I've heard here today.
Yeah, and I think this does a good job encapsulating, to tailor it to the city of Providence. And like I said, I would propose we make a positive recommendation, including Bob's update. Anyone like to say so moved, they could do so.
So moved.
All right,
Second.
all right, we'll go around. Will?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye. All right, actually, so we've been here for a little bit. Let's take a 5-minute break, for a restroom break. We'll come back at, it's 6:36. We'll come back at 6:40.
Oh. We got you guys. If we can, oh, that's fine. So you can pass them out while we take. Yeah, I mean, something. Wow. What'd you get me? Did you pick? Oh.
Once that again. Because we only last week gave okay, I don't think I'm on there.
That's this. I like this. Will.
See a Dave on there anymore?
Let's see a Dave. Oh, here, this is Dave. No?
Dave? All right, we'll go with it.
We can talk to Will.
Yes, see if Charlotte's already got his, Megan.
Megan, Bob, Troyan. You want any chips?
And beverages too. Yes. Do you have waters too over there? Yeah. Yeah. All this stuff, right? Yeah, yeah. Oh, and napkins. Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of, we got these two. No, I still have. Still have all these. On to them.
This meeting back to order. It is 6:42. We are 2 minutes late. Shame on us. All right, we're gonna roll right into the next agenda item, which is number 3, a minor subdivision with unified development review. Public hearing for case number 24-018 UDR. It's 12 Buffalo Court.
Sorry to stop this. All right, thanks, commissioners. And some of you may be familiar with this site as it was rezoned to R4 last year. Now, the applicant is back and is looking to subdivide the lot, which measures 6,811 square feet into 2 lots of approximately 3,441 and 3,293 square feet. And this subdivision was eligible for an administrative modification. However, the reason the applicant is before you is because it was objected to. So the applicant is seeking relief through UDR because of that, and they can tell you more about the subdivision.
Let me, before they start, let me just emphasize that this concept of administrative modification is essentially a variance that can be granted administratively by the zoning official for any dimension up to 15%. And the way the rule is written is that direct abutters need to get notice of this, and the notice goes in the newspaper. If anybody objects to the zoning official granting this, it immediately kicks into a zoning variance. So that's why we're here. If that objection didn't happen, this subdivision would have been administratively approved based on that modification.
Thank you for that, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the commission. This is Julissa Arce on behalf of the applicant with Conley Law and Associates. So during the break, I went ahead and took the liberty to pass out copies of the applicant's submission for this subdivision. So in that package, you'll see a legal memo that we prepared summarizing the required findings of and the procedural travel of this application. As Troy has previously mentioned, that this application was somewhat before you before for a zone change. And so you'll see that the proposed subdivision was part of the general scheme of the applicant to have the zone change so that they can have the accurate zoning dimensions to provide a two-family dwelling on two lots of the application. That way to increase housing and go ahead and help solve this housing crisis. In addition to the legal memo, you'll see a copy of the survey, which is delineating the proposed new lot line. Also, you'll see a copy of the requested modification and the denial thereof due to the receipt of an objection. All right, and so to just dive into what we are requesting here today, the relief being sought is only, I believe, 1.6% of the lot area for lot 1, and then 5.9% for lot 2. Again, as Bob previously mentioned, that this could be sought administratively, and it is within 10% of the relief being sought for the dimensional requirements. And so we're going before the board, asking for the variance, which was already approved on different standards, but due to the objection, that's why we're here before you today. And so here with me, we have the Realtor applicant for this subdivision. And we're here to provide any further questions that you have regarding the subdivision. And we know that the city has previously made some positive findings in the staff report recommendation, also in the zone change petition, where they received a copy of the proposed subdivision and the building envelopes that we strive to build once we obtain that further relief. Additionally, this application for what we intend to do for this subdivision is going to be before the zoning board next month on August 14th for the relief that we'll be requesting for the two-family dwellings. So again, just to summarize one last time, we just propose to subdivide the narrow lot into two lots, and that is what's before you today.
Okay, before you go any further, we're gonna need to swear in the gentleman you have next to you. So are you able to do that?
Yes, sir, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State and spell your full name for the record, right into that microphone.
Jeffrey Matus,
Both names.
Jeffrey Matus.
Spell both names.
Oh, spell both names. JEFFREY MATEUS.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and then as the applicant, and this being a zoning hearing, you have to put on the record, not just in written form, you have to put on the record the standards and how you meet them for granting of this. So that's
Perfect. And so since the applicant is requesting relief for the minimum lot area, we're just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna ask you a few questions on the required findings and the hardship that's being sought. And before we continue further, I just want to put on the record that the property owner was here today. Unfortunately, he had to go to Boston for a flight, so he couldn't stay for this item on the agenda. However, we're here and he has spoken to Mr. Matus and we're happy to continue moving forward and all here for support for the application to be approved. All right, so Mr. Matus, what is your relation to this application?
I'm the applicant, and I'm also the realtor.
Beautiful. And would you say that you're familiar with the characteristics of the subject lot?
Yes.
And can you tell me, what is the hardship that you're facing as part of this subdivision?
The narrowness of the lot and also some of the obstacles be there and.
Okay, I'm sorry.
He needs to speak into the microphone.
The narrowness of the lot and also some of the topography there and the ledge located on the lot.
All right, and so would you say that that topography and the narrowness of the lot, because those are unique characteristics of the subject, of the land?
Yes.
All right. And, would you say that, this is creating some constraints to developing the parcel?
No. Well, actually, on this parcel, yes.
And, so, let me clarify, so without the subdivision, would the existing lot be able to be developed to have the, two families on the lot?
No, it wouldn't be because of the fact that what we're trying to do is subdivide it to sell those lots to owner occupants, first time buyers. Rather than an investor that's gonna come in and grab them, so it would make more sense to be the two separate lots, the two separate things.
Beautiful, and so otherwise, this is an R4, to the R4 zone, and, there could be a potential to build more here, correct?
Correct.
However, do you say that due to the unique characteristics of the lot, such as the topography and such as the ledge and such as the narrowness of the lot, it is not feasible or possible to construct two families on one lot?
Yes.
All right, so you mentioned this hardship that we just previously summarized. Would you say that is due to any physical or economic constraints of the applicant?
No.
And did you engage in any prior action that created this hardship of the topography and not being able to have that buildable area?
No, this was an existing lot.
And you said you're familiar with the lot itself. Are you familiar with the surrounding area and neighborhood?
Yes.
And so would you say that the hardship is due to the general character of the surrounding area?
No.
All right. And would you say that when requesting this variance for the lot area, would that create a negative effect on the general characteristics of the surrounding area?
No.
And why is that? Can you elaborate for me, please?
The neighborhood is filled with single family homes, multi-family homes, even some commercial units, apartment high rises, so it was kind of fit right into what's there in the neighborhood currently.
And so this relief that's being sought, again, the 1.6 and 5.9% for the lot area. If this was denied and you did not obtain the relief for the subdivision, will that amount to a more than a mere inconvenience?
Yes, due to, the idea of first time buyers rather than investors.
And so we say that it's what we're asking for here, is that minimal to what's reasonably enjoyed by what's permitted on this lot?
Yes.
And last but not least, do you intend to comply with all the procedural requirements and regulations and pursuing the subdivision and any further construction?
Yes.
I have no further questions unless the board has any questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. No, okay. We don't have any questions of the applicant.
Thank you.
So the summary of your presentation is complete?
So, with that being said, we asked the board to, approve the subdivision and the requested relief for the dimensional we sought, for the minimum lot area of each lot.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we open to public comment, let's hear the staff report.
Sure, and thanks, commissioners. So as the applicant stated, we find that this lot is unique mainly because the area is within 10% of the 3,500 square feet minimum required for subdivision by right through an administrative modification. And the applicant is seeking relief as the modification was objected to. And this is not this is not due to a prior action of the applicant. We don't believe that granting this variance will alter the character of the neighborhood and surroundings, mainly due to the way it's characterized by the future land use map. And also, we don't foresee a negative impact on neighborhood character. And we do feel that that denial would result in more than a mere inconvenience, as it would prevent subdivision of the lot. So based on that, we recommend that you grant the dimensional variance, granting relief from the minimum lot size requirement. As far as the subdivision goes, we do find that this would be consistent with the comprehensive plan, given that it's located in an area that the plan is designated for high-density residential development, which is what would be intended. It will conform to the zoning ordinance subject to granting relief. We don't foresee a negative environmental impact. Subject to you granting relief, this will be a buildable lot with adequate street access provided from Buffalo Court. So based on that, we would recommend that you grant the minor subdivision, approve the preliminary plan with the condition that final plan approval be delegated to DPD staff.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this point, we will excuse the applicant and we will open this up to public comment. If you're here in the audience to speak on this agenda item, or if you're in the virtual audience, please raise your virtual hand or press *9. We don't have anyone on our sign-in sheet. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak? Okay. And no one at home? All right. Well, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Okay. This is a fairly cut and dry case as far as I can tell. We've gone through the dimensional variance standards. Choyan was able to summarize them for us very eloquently. So I mean, I think dimensional variance. Obviously, this could have been approved administratively if no one objected, and the objector did not show up today, so. And then obviously it's a minor subdivision. Again, both could be approved administratively if there was no objection. So. But it'll be 2 votes. First with the zoning. We'd need to take a vote on the dimensional relief, based on the findings of fact and the testimony on record to approve the requested relief from the minimum lot size.
I'll make a motion to approve the requested relief from the minimum lot size.
Okay. Second. All right, we have a fully formed motion. We'll go around and we'll do a vote. Will?
Aye.
Dave? Aye. Charlotte? And I vote aye myself. And then we have a minor subdivision. Again. We discussed all the findings, the applicant and the staff report addressed them. So based on the testimony.
I'll make a motion to approve the minor subdivision with final plan approval delegated to DPD staff.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll go around and do another vote. Will?
Aye.
Dave? Aye. Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye. All right, best of luck. We'll roll right into agenda item number 4, which is my sheet over. It is a minor subdivision, unified development review again. Case number 24-019 UDR 136 Windmill Street.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. And this is a request to subdivide 136 Windmill Street. a lot that measures approximately 15,320 square feet into two lots of 10,329 and 5,000 square feet. Now, if you will see, this is a corner lot with an existing house on it. And the applicants before you not only to subdivide the lot, but to request relief from the rear setback requirement, as the way they've had to subdivide the lot results in them not meeting the required 30-foot setback. Also, in addition, they are seeking relief from the requirement that there be no more than 2 curb cuts on a lot. Because the way in which this lot has been subdivided will result in a portion of a driveway on Jasper Street also being located on the same lot as the existing house that fronts on Windmill Street. So the applicants here, they can tell you more about the property and why they are requesting relief.
Okay.
Hello, Julissa Arce on behalf of the applicant, and we also have
Luis Vicioso, owner of the property. Oh, sorry.
Can you swear him in, please?
Sir, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state and spell your name.
Luis Vicioso is Luisvicioso.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, as Troy has just previously summarized, so the application before you the documents have also just been distributed during the break. It's the second package. I request that the submission be admitted to as part of the record as Exhibit A. Additionally, with what was provided to you is a copy of our legal memorandum, summarizing the required findings for the relief sought and for the required findings to approve the subdivision. Additionally, you'll see a copy of the staff report, the survey, and the other documents required for the application. So particularly here, the lot is it's over 15,000 square feet, right? And so this is a normally large lot. And the applicant is seeking to subdivide the lot so that it has into 2. The subdivision is requesting that the first lot, Lot A, is a completely compliant vacant lot, and Lot B will have the existing single-family home on the lot. And that's important as it is to the relief that's being sought here today. So the the applicant is requesting relief for that Lot B with the existing one single-family home for the rear setbacks. So they're requesting relief for a 10.2 foot setback, a 10-foot setback, and a 11.6 foot setback. And that is due to the location of the existing house. If you're able to pull it up on the screen, that'll be great as well, just for visual purposes for the people online and in the audience. And as the applicant will further explain, the house is currently placed in the middle of the lot, which is quite large. And so that's why, in order to create a completely compliant new lot, they had to follow and trace the existing structure. And I'll let the applicant share more on the reasons why we are before you today and requesting the relief for the hardship that's being sought. All right, so Louis, where's your relation to the property? Are you the property owner?
Oh, yeah, I'm being the property owner for the last 15 years.
Past 15 years. So did you used to reside there?
Oh, yeah, now my mother does.
Can you move the microphone back and forth between you? Maybe you could
Yes, of course.
take it out of the stand if that helps.
Is it better?
Much better.
Okay, perfect. And just for the record, you said that you used to reside at this property, you've been the owner of this property for over 15 years?
Yes.
Beautiful. And so with that being said, would you say that you're familiar with the characteristics of the subject lot?
Yeah, I'm the second owner of the house.
Beautiful. And so with the subdivision that's being sought, what is the hardship that you are facing?
The hardship that we're facing on that property is the property when it was built was way oversized, too big of a property. And limiting us right now to get a second lot without asking for any special approval.
Right, and so what would you say are the unique characteristics of the subject lot here?
It's the shape of it. Shape.
Would you say that the lot being a corner lot and being over 15,000 square feet and making it more difficult for you to subdivide with the existing structure?
Yes, and I mean, being oversized lot and having an oversized house, instead of me like, kind of being greedy, taking part of the house off so I can get another lot. I prefer just to just get one lot and keeping the house as it is, because at the end of the day, it's a beautiful home.
All right. And what would you say, are you familiar with the surrounding neighborhood?
Yes.
And what is this lot size in relation to the surrounding lots in the neighborhood?
I would say it's one of the biggest in the neighborhood.
Would you say that the proposed subdivision is creating more conforming lots to the existing character of the neighborhood?
Yes, most of the lots in the neighborhood, they go for like 3,200. You have a few that are like 5,000, but nothing that size.
All right, and do you recall the proposed lot areas for the two lots? Do you recall the proposed lot area for the new lots?
Yes, there is 5,000 for the new lot and 10,000 in change for the existing house.
Beautiful. All right. And so with the relief being requested, as you stated, you were you're the second owner of the property and you've been the owner for over 15 years. Would you say the hardship that's being sought, are you saying that this is a result of any prior action of yourself?
No, we haven't done any alteration to the property whatsoever.
All right, and so just to clarify on the record, the relief being sought is for the driveway design as there are currently two existing curb cuts on the property as it's a corner lot. So there's access on Jasper Street and on Windmill Street, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and so with that being said, did you purchase the property with the existing curb cuts?
Yes, I did. Actually, lately, that was the city just put a new sidewalk, so. Yeah.
All right, so the footprint and whatnot is all pre-existing. Beautiful. All right, and so would you say that the relief being sought for the rear setbacks and for the driveway design, is that due to any physical or economic constraints of yourself?
No, no.
All right, and the next question I'd like to ask is, would you say that the relief being sought for the rear setback requirements, as we're asking for 3, and for the curb cut for the driveway design relief, would you say that this will have any alteration to the surrounding area of the neighborhood?
Well, if we don't get a release, then I'm gonna have to cut a portion of the house, making the house a beautiful house less attractive. So it would definitely create some difficulties.
And would you say that the application as is before the board, is there going to be any net change to the existing conditions as the application is today? And I have the survey here in front of the applicant and also in front of the board members as well.
No change whatsoever.
So there will be no change to the existing built environment as presented?
No.
All right. And last but not least, and you kind of touched upon it already, if the relief being sought today for the rear setbacks for the existing house and for the curb cut relief that we're asking, if that was denied, would that result in more than a mere inconvenience? Or in other words, would that make it more difficult to do a permitted use of the property?
Oh, yeah, it would definitely create a challenge, a hardship if we don't get that. You know, going back to the physical alteration, even I'm looking at the trees on the site plan. We even have planned to replant those trees within the property itself because those tree has sentimental value for us.
All right, thank you. So back to the board. As you can see, the applicant is proposing this subdivision that is not, that in theory is not going to create any net change to the existing built environment. The proposed subdivision is for an abnormally large lot that is a corner lot that's been a lot of record and had the existing structures and dimensional beings from prior to the applicant's ownership here. Additionally, as you can see, as the applicant has provided in testimony, the existing house, existing structure is located in the middle of the abnormally large lot, which is requiring the applicant to create a lot line that traces along the existing structure. Or otherwise, he would be able to create much more lots of record without the hardship of the existing structure being in the center of the lot. And for the reasons that have been provided before you today, the applicant asks that the board approves the requested relief for the rear setbacks and for the driveway designs for there being two curb cuts on one lot. I do want to clarify for the record, just for clarity purposes, the applicant originally requested for a design waiver for the curb cuts for reasons of the code referring to it as a driveway design. So that was what's originally in the submission. Prior to public notice, it has been with discussions with the city, we were advised to advertise as a variance. So in the legal memorandum that has been provided to you, we have no objection to requesting it as a variance and what was duly noticed as a variance. We believe that the requested relief meets both standards. So we address both legal standards in the memo for a design waiver and for a variance of the driveway design. So just for clarity purposes for the record, and if you'd like me to go deeper and let the applicant go deeper in that, we're happy to. No further questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the driveway, honestly, I'm not even sure that they need relief here because it's pre-existing, but the smaller lot that with the existing house on it is gonna have two driveways. I think it's gonna the line's gonna go down the middle of the driveway, but in any event.
And it already exists that way
Yeah,
today, it's just
but-
because they're subdividing it.
So I think out of an abundance of caution, they're asking for this relief, but it was properly noticed and they I agree that it should be a variance if they need it.
So that completes your testimony? Yeah. All right, commissioners, do you have any questions of the applicant? Okay, with that, let's hear the staff report before we open it up to public comment.
Sure, thanks, commissioners. And as you saw, this is a lot that exhibits a unique character, mainly due to its location and also because of the location of the house. And also the fact that it has two curb cuts. And as you can see, this shape requires the lot line to not allow it to meet the rear yard setback. And as discussed, this hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant. And we don't believe that granting of this variance will alter the general character of the surrounding area, given that the applicant will meet the minimum lot size and lot width requirements that are typical of the zone. And we feel that denial of the relief would prevent subdivision of the lot, which could be construed as more than a mere inconvenience. So based on that, we recommend that you grant the request relief from multiple curb cuts as well as the rear yard setback. And also for, as far as the minor subdivision goes, we do find that this would be consistent with the future land use map of the comprehensive plan, which intends this area for single-family residential development, which is what will result as a result of this subdivision. This will comply with the zoning ordinance, subject to you granting relief. As discussed, they do meet the requirements they do meet the minimum lot size and width requirements. This will be a buildable lot, subject to the applicant demolishing the portion of a porch in the rear that will intersect with the lot line. Subject to that removal, there will be no constraints that affect the lot's development. We don't foresee negative environmental impact, and street access will be provided from Windmill and Jasper Streets. So based on that, we recommend that the applicant demolish the portion of the porch that will intersect the newly created lot line, and that final plan approval be delegated to DPD staff.
Okay, thank you, Troy. This is a public hearing, so at this point, we will open up to public comment. I believe Lev has my sign-in sheet. It's actually your sign-in sheet, Lev, so I should call it that. Oh, yeah, we'll excuse the applicant, sorry, and open up to public comment. Okay, let's start out with, Councilman Justin Royce. If you're joining us, in our virtual world, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 to speak. And, just a matter of, hang on one second, Councilman. Can you speak?
May the applicant reserve the right to address any public comments, after the public comment section?
You can request it, yeah. Thank you. All right, and just before everyone speaks, this is a unified development plan review, which means it's zoning, so you are gonna have to be sworn in to make testimony. So we'll ask the stenographer to swear everyone in prior to speaking on this matter.
Sir, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes,
Just state and spell your full name, please.
Justin, Justin. My last name is Royas, Roias, 35 Smart Street.
Okay, thank you, Councilman.
Okay, I just want to first thank the commissioners for allowing this testimony to occur here. I just wanted to share my broad sort of views. And I've engaged with neighbors as we are moving towards a city that is pro-density to combat the housing crisis. That's my general posture. And it is often in my position as a counselor to balance the benefits of density with the serious concerns of neighbors, and it's never easy. And so in this particular proposal, I visited the property with other neighbors that live nearby. I've listed some concerns I just want to share with the commissioners here. There is a few things. On this lot, there is an existing property, and they're part of, I think, a few things. Why I think folks are hesitant in terms of density is one, the design, I think around the neighborhood, around the North End, when it comes to new development, there has not been, in my view, thoughtful design implemented in these builds, and that has driven neighbors pretty crazy, understandably so. A lot of these developments that are springing up do not fit the architectural character of the neighborhood. So I want to express that and hope that the owner who is here today builds a single family home that matches the other homes nearby. The second thing is while this will be a single family home, and I believe from what I understand, according to a new state law, this owner will like any owners, will be able to have an ADU there if they choose to eventually. I would love to ask if the owner allows to be on, if they can answer if in the future they're going to build an ADU there. I also, am concerned, and I will say that I believe the owner purchased, the existing property, such as the way it is, which is, in my view, on paper, it's a one-family home, but I think in practice, there's suspicion that it's at bare minimum two-family home. So I am hoping that, if this goes through, that, the new owner can be in compliance with that and, go through the, proper permit procedures to actually, make that, in compliance with city policy. What else? And so, yeah, my biggest takeaway is that there's a distrust out there that I want to just again emphasize that if this moves forward, that this on paper will be a single family home, but in practice, it'll be, a two-family, three-family. And that distrust, I think, comes from what is already happening on that existing property. Again, not at the fault of the property owner. I think that was inherited through when they purchased the property. There's also a property across the street. Similarly, on paper, it's a single family, but in practice, multiple families live there. So I hope this makes sense. I just want to emphasize those points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We have a few more people on the sign-up sheet. Again, if you're joining us in the virtual world, please raise your virtual hand or press *9. Santa? I don't want to butcher that, so we'll let you do it. Again. Oh, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, we can do that.
And then before you do anything, just let the stenographer swear you in.
Hello. And raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Please state and spell your name.
First name is Santa, Santa. Last name Adavaya, Idevaia.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good evening. Thank you. I have comments and questions. My first question is, to help me focus on what I'm going to say, is when you send out these letters, what is the purpose? What do you want to hear from us that will, what is the purpose of asking us our opinion if it sounds like it's going to go through? I mean, you're recommending it go through. So what's the purpose of sending these letters to us?
You can go through and you can ask all your questions, then we'll get to them at the
Okay, well,
end.
that will help me adjust what I'm gonna say. But anyway, okay, so I am a third generation resident of Windmill Street. I'm becoming the historian because everyone else has moved away. So I can explain to you. That's a different, I'll take this.
Make sure to speak in. Yes.
Okay. So. Thank you for indulging me. Okay, so Windmill Street, Jasper Street, I live a few houses down. DeMario, the man who built this house, also owned a lot of land over the years. And it's a beautiful home with a beautiful yard. And DeMario Drive is named after him. And I'm not anti-development, but this is a one-family, or it's supposed to be a one-family home. Across the way here is another property that was also owned by the DeMario family. I don't know who owns it now. It looks like it could be a two-family. I don't know what it's zoned as. So you have on this property a one-family supposedly, but it's not. And at no fault to the current owner, he bought it the way it is. The DeMario family without probably getting the right zoning or approvals, put in a second apartment, or made the second floor an apartment. And I'm speaking on observation of living there for many years and speaking with many neighbors. This is a driveway that goes to this, the staircase that goes to the second floor apartment. Then you have the main floor of the house, and then possibly, I don't know, people have told me they think there's another unit below. So you have what's supposed to be a one family on a property, a lot of one family with two families, possibly more. Across the street, you have what could be two, possibly three. You already have density here. So now if you're gonna allow this to go through, something's gonna be built here and a driveway is gonna be shared. What's gonna be built there? What is it gonna look like? Earlier, you all talked about the color of bricks for item number 5 on your agenda. How specific and how much of a conversation can we be involved with this, what gets built? I mean, it's a beautiful lot. Why somebody would want to subdivide it and build on it? It's not about creating housing for people. The reality is, and with all due respect, that's his business, he's a developer. It's about making money. It's a beautiful, beautiful lot. And I've spoken to several neighbors, some might be on, joining us virtually, but everyone I've spoken to, we're not in favor of this being subdivided and then having somebody build on it. So that's some history. So there's more in my conversation. So to sum up what I just said, there's already probably 4 to 5 or more families on one lot that's R1 and on the other lot across the street from it. So it's already dense. There's been a history of lots of cars being a problem up there. So if this goes through, I want to just have some reassurance that there's going to be enough driveway space for everything. The 30-foot variance, like why is that required and where is that on this property? Like, why did 30 feet to 10 feet? Who can explain that to me?
Again, you say
Okay.
all of your questions and then
Okay.
come back to them.
I think I just addressed. I mean, we all have many concerns. And again, I mean, we all take care of our properties up there. It's a nice area. Everyone who comes up, even the police come up, this is a nice area. And I said it used to be nicer and we want to keep it nice. So again, our investment has been in our neighborhood. To say that this is not going to change what that area looks like, depending on what's built, if something gets to be built, is not true. It's going to change what it looks like. So the fact that you sent out a letter and you asked for my opinion, and again, I mean, I'm going to say I'm representing other people in my neighborhood because of the conversations I've had. Some people, I can't be here. Some people don't like to come public in our current state of affairs in this country where people speak their mind. It doesn't always go well. That's not my personality. I always speak my mind. I'm here and I'm telling you, people don't like this idea. And I hope you can believe me. And I don't know, I hope I said everything I wanted to say, but thank you for your time. And if you can answer those few questions.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna let Bob answer some of those questions right now.
And let me point out one thing in the driveway here. That's clearly labeled and it says number 2. So if you have a one-family house, why do you have to label your driveway?
Okay, thank you. You, yeah, you can go back to your seat
Thank
now.
you.
Now we have, on deck, just, we're gonna get the next person ready is Anna. In the, okay, all right. Is there anyone else to speak on this matter here in the room? Okay, then we'll go to the virtual room after this.
Okay, good question. So the first question is fundamentally, why do we send notice? Because the law requires us to. That's state law and it's also city ordinance. And what it means is that the General Assembly feels that people are entitled to know when someone is asking for a variance. And if they want to comment on the variance, they can come and do exactly what this member of the public did. I always advise people when they come to public hearings that they should understand what's in front of the board and what the standards of review are. And it's most helpful if people testify relative to the standards of review, because that's your job. It's to review the variance in accordance with the state law standards, not to conduct a popularity poll of whether people want something to happen. You know, that's often misconstrued, and I think that through no fault of you know, property owners who get these notices, they don't necessarily know what it is, but maybe you know, as people come and participate, they'll understand a little bit better about this. The question about the setback, there's going to be this house, its location on the street, its front is Windmill Street. You can see that it's got a very, very deep setback, way more than we typically require. And it already has a relatively shallow rear setback. In order to get a lot in this location, the lot line is going to come up the driveway, going to jog, it's going to come across and then join the rear lot line. Part of the approval would require them removing this back deck because otherwise it would encroach across a lot line and into any required rear yard. They need rear yard setback because this lot line will be closer than 30 feet to the back of this house. So that's the relief that they need. We talked a little bit about the 2 driveways and whether they need relief. They're asking for it, whether they need it or not. It's necessary to maintain the 2 driveways. One will provide access to the new house. Now, I did ask the attorney for the applicant how many units are in this house. And I did check the city records. City records say it's legal for 1 unit. The attorney acknowledged, I think she was gonna check with the owner on this, but if you're nodding your head, does that mean there are 2 units in this house?
And thank you for allowing me to comment on that. I have the applicant and the owner here. She can further specify Lewis's.
All we need to know, how many units are in the
Yeah,
house?
we're still in public comment, so we just want to answer this one
So
question.
it's a single family dwelling, and there is a history.
How many units are in the house?
I would ask the owner to come.
It sounds like you're saying there are 2 units in the house. Yes, okay, thank you.
That's all.
2 units in the house. Okay, so I think the information is that there are 2 units in the house. There was a unit apparently built, and the city does not have a record of that unit being built. All right, so any approval that you make on this, I'm gonna recommend that it be conditioned on the applicant bringing the property into full conformance with the zoning ordinance relative to the use of the property. Okay, if that means removing the unit, the second unit, or if it means applying for a permit under new ADU rules to get it legalized. They're gonna have to do that, and if in the process of trying to legalize this unit, they have to adjust anything to bring it up to code, because we don't know if they never got permits to build the second unit. We don't know if it's up to code, so that's gonna have to happen. That would be my recommendation would simply be that the existing house is brought into compliance.
Thank you, Bob. All right, we're still in public comment, so we're gonna continue on with members of the public. You've already said your public comment, so we have to go move on to others. We have someone by the name of Lou. We're going to unmute. Lou, before you start, you're gonna have to be sworn in.
Okay,
Okay, Lou, the stenographer is gonna ask you a question.
sure.
Lou, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. If you raise your right hand, assuming that you are, do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Could you please state and spell your names?
Sure. My name is Louis Carlozzi. My last name is spelled Carlozzi.
Thank
And
you.
I reside at an adjoining property to this location. And I'm voicing my concerns today with the split of the property because to kind of echo against some of the other comments that have been made here. I know it is zoned as single family residence, but it does seem like there are more than one family living at this location. On the corner of Jasper and Windmill Street, Jasper is a pretty big cut through street from Charles Street, and it's also a block away from the Windmill School. And a lot of times there is a heavy amount of cars that are already parked around this address. Whether or not that's related to the address specifically or not, I can't say, but I mean, there does seem to be a frequent amount of traffic making the corner of Jasper and Windmill a little bit dangerous. And then especially during the school year with, you know, teachers and staffing from the school parking all the way up and down Windmill Street and sometimes Jasper Street as well, it does create a lot of congestion. And I'm concerned that if, you know, splitting the properties as they are currently into 2 units and adding an additional structure or home or building or whatever it is that they're going to go forward with here is going to create a lot more congestion within that area, especially knowing that there's already potentially multiple units in there, multiple units on the other corner, and there are probably at least 1 or 2 other homes, you know, pretty close to this one that potentially there could be, you know, multiple units within those homes as well. So it, to me, as a resident there and with adjoining property, it seems like a fairly congested area to split that. It, you know, brings some questions as to what it's actually going to do for the area.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We also have Jeremy.
Jeremy Galley.
Galley again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Jeremy.
Jeremy, you can unmute yourself now, and before you start, can you hear us?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna have the stenographer swear you in.
Sir, can you hear me?
I can.
Raise your right hand, assuming that you are, do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state and spell your names.
First name is Jeremy, Jeremy. Last name is Galley, Galle.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So to echo some of the concerns from Lou, Santa, and Justin, the first one being this notice that was sent out categorizing this home as being a single family home. When you come to find out that there are actually multiple units there, like you checked with the records office where there's 2. There are some concerns that there may be 3. That back part of the house that you can see on the overview, the maps image, I believe that is another unit that is rented out. If you can pull that up. And there have been issues in the past with this home and a party. It was a party that got completely out of control. People running up and down the street, which, as Lou stated, it is a pass-through. It's pretty busy. So that creates, you know, a dangerous situation there. We have a lot of kids and stuff like that on the street. Since it's very walkable, there were a lot of cars passing through. People ended up in one of my neighbor's yards from this party, but it was completely out of control. And it's one of these things where, you know, you think it's a single family home. It's not. There's that distrust there. And I don't know if that is the fault of the owner of this lot or not, but it just concerns me about this split. Okay, we're creating a new lot, we're going to do a single family home, but will that actually be a single family home? So yeah, and then the other thing about parking, that is a dangerous bend, like Lou stated. And with that school being renovated and open again, there is a lot of parking when school's in session. And it does create quite a bit of congestion. And at times, you know, you can't pass at the same time as someone else. So you have to like pull your car over and allow the other person to pass to actually get through. And I feel like that should not be an issue in a residential area. So that is another concern. And just to tie in with that point about, you know, the single family home plans, if that is indeed not a single family home, it ends up being a two-family home, you'll see that the majority of homes in this neighborhood are single family homes. So by creating a multi-family
I don't
home,
mean to cut you off, but we've already discussed the fact that the applicant has stated that there are 2 units there. And likely if we make any recommendation, it will be to bring this house into conformance.
sorry, I'm talking about the new development. So when they do rezone on that new lot, the 5,000.
It's R1. There's no zoning change being requested. It's an R1 lot. They're attempting to create another R1 lot, which will be a single family house. Again, any new construction will be inspected by Department of Inspection and Standards as well.
Okay, yeah, no, I was just saying that, you know, there's just some distrust there. So we just wanted to make sure that that new home that is developed would in fact be a single family home.
Understood.
Because like I said, majority of the homes are single family. And if we have a multifamily unit developed, that does negatively impact our home values.
Yeah, no, it has to be a single family home. It's in an R1 zone. So that's the only thing that would be approved without any further zoning relief.
Understood.
Or zone change.
Okay, well, that
And a zone change would go into the city council.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have anyone else from the virtual world who wishes to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Okay.
Sure.
Mr. Azar.
Yeah, so, I just want to say that, I want to thank the members of the public who have, come here and testified. I want to thank the councilman, for coming here and testifying. If I had a conversation with some of these members of the public who took time out of their schedule to talk to me and to try to find out what was going on here, and they were very thoughtful in educating themselves and explaining to me the conditions in this neighborhood. They were the ones that brought to my attention that this was not a single family home. The applicant represented this as a single family home. And our records show this as a single family home. We had no reason to not believe the applicant. But now we do have a reason not to believe the applicant because the residents told us what they observed, and it seemed to take a little bit of coaxing to get it out of the applicant that this is not a single family house. I don't appreciate that. That's not being honest with us. And it's not doing yourself any service to to not provide complete information to us. So I just want to admonish the attorney and the applicant in this case. And again, I want to thank the residents. That said, accessory dwelling units are permitted when they're legally given building permits and when they comply with the building code. Up until a couple of weeks ago, you could still have an accessory dwelling unit, but it was limited to family members, elderly, disabled, and so forth. So I'm not saying that an accessory dwelling unit is a bad thing in this house. Earlier tonight, I just made the case why it's a good thing, and that it should be allowed. But it's really unacceptable that there was a representation that this was nothing more than a single family house. So what I would recommend is our recommendation stands, but there needs to be a condition added to any approval, if you so choose to approve, that the existing house needs to be brought into full compliance with the zoning ordinance. And it needs to be verified by the Department of Inspection and Standards.
Thank you, Bob. I agree completely. And Santa, you said why, what is the purpose of these mailings? This is the purpose of the mailings. So thank you very much for coming and testifying this evening. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be said from the applicant, unless you wanted to directly speak to the issue that we've brought up.
Yes, we would. Thank you. And I welcome the applicant owner to come as well to further his comments. So first things foremost, we do thank the public for speaking and coming out tonight. We do thank Councilman Royce for coming out tonight on behalf of his ward. So with that being said, at the time of the application, no parties were aware of the issues of the existing number of units to be a part and relevant of the application. However, due to the recent knowledge from the outreach of the public, which is obviously highly encouraged in any public hearing, any application, that's when we all became aware that it was necessary to address a number of units, to address what's on the books for this application.
Did you just say that the owner of the property didn't know that there were more than one unit in this house?
No, I would say full responsibility. I didn't disclose to my attorney that there was an additional dwelling unit that we use as an ADU. The person who's living there is a retirement disabled firefighter. And when we bought this house, we bought it because of the size, because we have a big family. At that point, there was my brother staying in the ADU unit, and my mother and I used to occupy the townhouse, which is the basement that looks like another unit, but it's not, in the main floor. Once I moved out, the basement stayed vacant. My mother still occupied the main unit, and we ended up renting the ADU unit to the disabled, retirement firefighter.
So are you saying there's 3 units?
No, it's 3 floors. The house has 3 floors.
Okay.
But when the house was built, the house is so big that I accommodate my mother to stay in the first level and me to occupy the bottom level.
Okay, but that's 1 unit.
It's one unit, the house is one unit, and the only one that has the ADU units is on the second floor, if you look at the house from the front of Windmill. But once you go on Jasper, the house looks like it has 3 floors. It's a big house, a massive house.
I noticed that, I commented that to Bob when we were looking at the
Yeah, the house is
street
huge.
view in the aerial.
Huge.
It's a very large house.
Yeah.
I was surprised that it was a single family house.
Yeah, it's like, and we didn't do any alteration. That was the DeMario family that built it like that. And that's the reason why we bought the house, because how it was built. It accommodate, the big family that we have.
Okay.
But that's no longer the case.
Okay.
Yeah, that was like, I'll take full responsibility on what happened. It was, I didn't disclose that to my attorney. And we willing to make the housing compliant, whether it's through ADU unit or just tell the retirement firefighter that he needs to get another place to go.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay. Public comment is closed, so we can't take any more. I'm sorry. But I don't know, I don't feel much better, but I do agree, that if we are moving to approve this, which on the surface, I had no objection to this. I do want to include, Bob's recommendation for number 2 is that the existing house will be brought into full conformance with zoning and to be verified by the Department of Inspections and Standards. But that's on the minor subdivision, that's not on the zoning. And so there's 2 different things we're looking at today. We're looking at dimensional relief and we're looking at the minor subdivision. So the dimensional relief, again, this is to add another lot, a buildable lot in an R1 zone, single family zone. On a lot that 15,000 square foot lot, definitely could be smaller. The issue with it is that there's an existing house and it won't meet the setbacks, and it won't meet the driveway requirements because there's 2 driveways where they exist. I have no issue with that. Substantively, I mean, we need more buildable lots. Concern we have with one or applicant versus another, that shouldn't be factored into our decision. This is land use and good planning practice. And this, in another situation for another applicant, I feel the same way in that it's good planning practice to divide this and create another buildable lot on an oversized lot. So we discussed the standards, and how the applicant meets them. And therefore, I believe that we can approve the dimensional variances too. There's one for the setbacks and one for the curb cuts.
One question, would they have to bring that into compliance before they can get variance, before they can start building?
So I would-
To get that all cleaned up.
I would put that in the minor subdivision.
Yeah.
And to have it, approved prior to final plan. But that would be a part of the second vote is what I would recommend.
Yeah, so there's an existing, the condition number 1, demolish the portion of the porch that will intersect with the newly created line, and then the second condition, both would have to be fulfilled prior to final plan being approved.
Otherwise, the lot isn't created. And again, verified by the Department of Inspections and Standards. But again, that's getting the cart before the horse here. We still have to vote on the dimensional relief if we are to do that.
Yeah, I think it looks good. I motion to approve the dimensional variance on that,
based on the testimony and the
based on the testimony.
submitted items. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll go around and do a vote. Will,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Charlotte,
Aye.
and I vote aye. So now for the minor subdivision, it would be again, based on the findings and the testimony we heard this evening, that we approve the preliminary plan pursuant to dimensional relief that was just granted. And the plan will be approved subject to the following conditions: that the applicant shall demolish the portion of the porch that will intersect with the newly created lot line. The existing house will be brought into full conformance with zoning and to be verified by the Department of Inspections and Standards. Both of those prior to the final plan being approved, which the final plan can be approved by DPD staff.
So moved.
All right, we have a second.
Second, but we forgot the admonish part. Yeah.
That's not
It was a joke.
condition.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
We still admonish them.
Joke. Second.
I know. All right, we'll go around and do a vote. Will?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Best of luck. Thank you for coming, and keep an eye on this one. We will move right along to agenda item number 6, which is a minor land development project, case number 24-024 MI, 128 Wayland Avenue.
Okay, I will introduce this one. This is a proposal to raise a small one-story building that's on this site at the corner of Wayland Avenue and East Manning Street. The proposal is to construct a mixed-use building with commercial on the ground floor and 23 apartments. There is a small amount of commercial that's proposed for this parcel, about 515 square feet. Because of the size of that and because the balances of this is residential, this is a minor land development project. If this was a 4-story building, you would not be seeing this. This would be reviewed and approved administratively, but they're asking for a 5th story, taking advantage of the ability under the zoning ordinance to seek a dimensional adjustment for height in exchange for providing mixed use, in this case, the ground floor retail. This property is also along a main street, so they're required to meet the standard of no parking or housing within 20 feet of the main street. They meet that standard. They meet all other dimensional requirements, including the required setbacks. In this case, this property has commercial zoning to the north and to the west. Therefore, they do not have any setback requirements from rear and side yards. I think that about does it. We're gonna come back a little bit later and talk about the design of the building. I want to illustrate to you how the design of this project changed through our administrative review process, so you can get a sense of how we sort of look at these things in-house. But I think we can probably turn it over to the applicants.
So this is in front of us only because they're requesting additional height.
That's it.
Through a dimensional modification. Otherwise, we would
Dimensional
use
adjustment, that's right.
Dimensional adjustment. Yep. Okay. All right. Just to put that on the record.
Hello, Commission. My name's Anthony Audiello. I'm joined here by Kyle Siebert and our architect, David Sisson. We're also joined virtually with our expediter, Peter Capali. Today, we are presenting in front of you proposed development at 128 Wayland Avenue. And we are looking to construct a 23 unit residential and 1 unit commercial mixed use development on the former site of the Wayland Bakery. Again, as stated by Bob, that we are not looking for any variances or any special use. We are just looking for our height and dimensional adjustment for our fifth story based upon the integration of a commercial unit on the property.
And David Sisson here, I want to point out, on your advertisement for this, you indicated it's a 22 apartments, we're actually looking for 23. Additionally, the request is for a fifth story and also for 57 foot 3 inches. I believe our documents show, from the average grade plane to the top of the parapet of 57 feet, so it's ever so slightly shorter. And actually to the top of the roof, which is, I believe, where you actually measure height to, it'd be 1 foot shorter than that, so 56 feet. So I just wanted to point that out. And I want to
You're asking for conservative numbers.
Correct. And also, wanted to point out that I believe our transparency on the side street elevation, I believe we're required to have 15%, and we're ever so slightly under that. That can be seen on our sheet A 5.1. Where we have the diagrams of transparency. And if you look at the south elevation, I believe we're at 14.3%, where 15% is required. And that's just how you guys measure transparency. There's actually more glass on that wall. It's just, it seems like you measure it from between 2 feet and 7 feet. And we got some above that and below that. So we can't take advantage of that.
Hold on, Mr. Chair. I just need a minute here. That's not exactly right. So first of all, we measure transparency between 2 and 9 feet above the adjacent grade.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
2 feet and 7 feet higher.
And the requirement doesn't apply to the portions of building facades that front on side lot lines on corner lots. This is a side lot line, so that requirement doesn't apply.
Thank you.
So you meet the transparency.
Yes.
requirement. Okay. A long way of saying that. Great. Feel much better about that.
Sorry for the false
I
alarm.
was going to say, you just need to meet it, but you already do. That's good.
I've always found it's better to ask for relief when you don't need it.
I agreed. Is that your,
That is it. It's
do you want to go through your floor plan, your unit mix, anything like that real quick? Just, you have 23 units, you said, average unit size, unit type.
We are proposing all 1-bedroom units.
Okay.
Our bedroom units will vary in size from 550 square feet. 640 square feet to 475 square feet, 74 square feet, sorry. The commercial unit is planned to be about 500 square feet.
Do we want to get into materiality now at this point? I think it's appropriate time. Bob, you can start. Charlotte, you can take the mantle.
Well, can you describe what the materials are that you're proposing to use?
Yeah. So make sure I got the right answers for you here, guys. The majority of the building is a fiber cement siding from a company called Nichiha. And it's a fiber cement board, much like hardy plank, except it's more robust, thicker, and comes in a wider, well, hardy plank certainly comes in a wide variety of colors. But this specifically comes in a large variety of finishes. It's gonna look like a lot of different things. In our case, we're having a gray finish for a big bunch of building and a finish that looks like wood on a big bunch of building. The stairs at each end of the building are going to be a ground-faced concrete block. So it's actually an insulated concrete block so we can meet our energy requirements for the building. And it's not plain gray block. This is a very, very nice concrete masonry unit for the building. in a nice color, a very dark gray in this case. We have a canopy that comes out from the building, has a pop of color. We're proposing like a red ACM, which is a metal, colored metal panel. And we're also planning on using nice quality but residential style windows for most of the building, and storefront style windows down at the commercial units and the entry to the building. I think that's the vast majority of the materials. We'll have a nice parapet cap on the building, which will be a coated aluminum, probably metallic gray color. I think that's it for the exterior materials.
So the gray block material is concrete masonry units?
That's correct, that's.
The black, if you look on the elevation.
Yeah.
The ground face masonry units will be, like an iron dark color.
The lighter gray is the Nietzsche material.
And are you married to the wood, the fake wood look?
We're hoping it's, not really fake.
Really?
But these are the wood panel, that's hardy board basically, right?
It's in trying to integrate a modern appeal to the, surrounding area that, integrates with the surroundings.
So while you're contemplating that, I just want to show you what they had given to us previously. And bear with me a minute here. I just want to share this. Shoot, I think that's it. So this is what it had looked like in its earlier iteration, and it had kind of a, different roof lines and the material kind of alternating across the facade. And our staff felt like it could benefit from having a little bit more uniformity across the facade. And so they relocated this stair tower around to the side, and that kind of resulted in that the appearance that it is today.
Do you think it looks much better?
We think so.
Yeah, I mean, just in reviewing this proposal before this meeting, I was thinking about, height and what makes it feel tall versus what makes it feel more blended into the neighborhood. And, I think certainly it's been improved, it's helpful to see what came in to begin with and what the conversations have led to. And, I think my biggest, thoughts, and again, these were sort of generated before I'm hearing some of the presentation today. But I think in general, the number of vertical lines here and the sort of heavy cornice treatment actually is making the building feel slightly more domineering than it is in its massing. I think one thing that's really helping is that red canopy. And I wonder whether that element couldn't be pulled around the corner to kind of define the streetscape area as sort of its own zone or horizontal datum. And I actually think even more the alternating materials could be toned down. This building actually isn't huge, so it feels like it could maybe kind of take on the character of like one, maybe two blocks of material that get joined in the middle or something. I'm not sure you need as many ins and outs. And I think that's seen a lot in this neighborhood, that you have, some larger buildings and they can actually hold their ground as more uniform blocks.
Any Any comments, feedbacks on that? Opposed to looking into those things?
The red canopy was initially placed for placemaking so that we would identify the residential unit and entrance with a inherent, non-signage type way of denoting the mixed use of the building. That was the reason for that truncated, but we're not against other means of sheltering over the other side. I also agree by providing some canopy allows for the sightlines of the building not to appear as vertical. So we're definitely more than willing to integrate that in. When it comes to the materiality on the outside and the mixture of the components, we're really very focused on providing resilient materials that are going to withstand years of abuse and to be something that's, I don't like to look at a lot of buildings that are built with materials that are short-term in their nature. They're cost-effective. This is a high-grade, polished CMU product. It's high R block. It's actually the most thermally efficient masonry unit assembly you can use. We're trying to be, very energy efficient with this building, exceeding the requirements of the energy code. So the mixture of it is, I think, also speaks to what we're trying to portray from a technical standpoint. So I think that would detract from kind of the mission of the building as well.
Can you talk a little bit about that mission?
So we're looking to build sustainable housing. We're looking for it to be urbanly dense. We're looking for it to meet the needs of the residents of the area and the occupants of the area that would potentially reside here. And we're really looking to build a piece of property that we're going to hold, Kyle and I for an extended, our lifetime. So we don't want to build something that is flipped or something of that nature.
So does the amount of times you change back and forth between the different textures or the different panels, that really detracts from that mission?
No, the number of panels, no, but I think that the, simplifying and whatnot have helped us get to that design evolution that's going to be most marketable. So I think that did help quite a bit. We appreciate the input of the committee.
Dave?
Yeah, I happen to pick up what Charlotte noticed. The coping seems awfully heavy. I'm wondering how much of that might be the shadow line on there, but that's really heavy on the top. And the second question I always ask, are you going all electric with this building?
We are.
That's good, but I would ask that perhaps if the rendering is perhaps not properly reflecting what you're really trying to do up there, or maybe that is just a little too heavy after all, but I would agree with that comment.
I think the black shading is what's detracting from that, because our intent is not to make a, Baroque heavy cornice on top of a fairly modern building. It's how, I think it's just an element. When you look at the vertical elevations or the two-dimensional elevations, you'll see they have a much thinner profile.
And I do like the idea of the red canopy coming around. We should take a look at that too. I live nearby. And congratulations for being all electric. Thumbs up for that.
That sort of relates to another question I had, which is we've talked a lot about, this is more question, I think, for us. We've talked a lot about putting in place new incentives for what enables you to get height. And we're still in the world of the old incentives, and I'm wondering when we get to discuss.
It's in the comprehensive plan. We did include language about sustainable development as something that could justify additional height.
So that could be codified in zoning?
In zoning,
Okay.
once the comprehensive plan is adopted, but stay tuned on that. We are working on those zoning changes and hope to have them follow the comprehensive plan, follow right behind it.
Any other questions of the applicant before we hear the staff report? All right, with that, thank you very much. We will hear the staff report and then we'll open up to public comment, which it seems like there's a bit of interest in this proposal.
Okay, so you have 5 required findings that you have to make with respect to approving a land development project. We lay out our recommendations in the staff report. With respect to consistency, this is in an area that is called neighborhood commercial mixed use. This fits within that. Housing and commercial are both compliant with that standard. Provision of housing would conform to objective H2 of the comp plan. With respect to zoning compliance, multifamily mixed-use development comply by right. This complies dimensionally, but for the height. And they've requested an adjustment for that height. The applicant will meet the bicycle parking requirement. This project is not subject to vehicular parking requirement. The landscaping plan, they're gonna meet this through planting of street trees. Those street trees will be subject to the discretion of the city forester. The city engineer will have to take a look at the drainage and erosion control measures. But this site is small. It doesn't need to comply with the city's stormwater standards. But we do expect that they will comply with Narragansett Bay Commission standards. There are no physical constraints that impact development of this property, and it will have adequate access from Wayland Avenue and East Manning Street. So we recommend that you grant the dimensional adjustment based on the plans. 57.3 might be over generous, but whatever they need to get this 5th floor height, and height is measured to the top of the roof, not to the top of the parapet. And they're eligible because they provide the mixed use development. So our recommendation is that the landscaping plan is subject to the forester's approval. They have shown some screening around the transformer, so that should be reflected in the final plan. Stormwater and erosion control measures shall be subject to city engineer's approval. The applicant shall obtain any necessary encroachment permits at the permitting stage, and that final approval should be delegated to DPD staff. Now, if there are additional requests that you're making with respect to design, those can be, this can happen in a couple of different ways. You can ask to see this project again, at which point you would have to come back for further proceedings in front of you, or you could provide some design direction, and you could delegate that to staff review. We could bring them in for another review with our design experts in-house. So I would leave that up to your discretion.
Okay, thank you, Bob. All right, this is a public meeting, and therefore we will open this to public comment at this time. We did, I should note, we have received numerous communications from the public already prior to this meeting, and Joyanne has sent those to us for our review. So we do have them. We have reviewed them. Everyone who sent in comments prior to this meeting. So we'll just dig right into it. Michelle Hawes, and on deck is Jennifer Leon.
Good evening. I applaud all of your stamina. It's been a long night. I'll try to be as brief as possible. My name is Michelle Hawes. I'm from Desautels Browning Law. I am representing a abutter, Jennifer Liang, tonight. I am going to be speaking just to some of the ordinance compliance and legal issues in this case. I believe Ms. Liang wants to speak on her own behalf as well. So again, I will be as brief as possible. I want to draw the CPC's attention to the first story height. The minimum first story height in a C2 district for non-residential use is 11 feet. The current first story as planned is only 10 feet, 6 inches. So as proposed in the current plan, it does not meet the required minimum for the C2 district. In addition, the trash and recycling is indicated on the first floor of the plan, the same first floor that is 10 feet and 6 inches. Section 1302 N2 provides that the enclosure be a minimum of 6 feet and a maximum of 8 feet in height. So again, with the enclosure being a maximum of 8 feet in height for the recycling and refuse, that doesn't coincide with the 10-foot 6-inch floor for the interior. In addition, there has been no exterior lighting provided for in this plan whatsoever, and therefore no lighting plan. We would draw the CPC's attention to the lack of exterior lighting here because there's no parking provided for in this building. So we're going to have people traveling by bike and by pedestrian access in unlit area. And I believe that that poses a significant safety concern. And if exterior lighting were to be proposed, and I believe it should be proposed, a lighting plan should be provided by the applicants so that might be reviewed by the abutters to know what type of light the abutters are going to be addressing. In addition, the transformer in the plan is currently located at the northeast corner of the lot. Section 1302L provides that mechanical equipment is prohibited in the front yard. There is no front setback here, but a front yard is distinct legally under the zoning ordinance from a front setback. I think unequivocally here, the placement of the transformer is in the front yard and therefore would not be in compliance with the zoning ordinance. In addition, there are required bicycle parking in the C2 zone. While there is a bicycle storage area identified in what's called a basement in the zone, it has not been identified how many bicycle spaces are actually being provided for. I believe under the table 14-1, 5 bicycle spaces would be required. It may be that though there is sufficient space for those, but it's unclear on the plans that are provided. And again, if those plans cannot show the compliance with the zoning ordinance, I would suggest that this CPC take that in consideration. Finally, the main concern of the CPC here tonight is the requested adjustment for the building height. The required findings for the under the subdivision regs, Article 10, Section 1005B, include a finding that the extent of the dimensional adjustment is reasonable related to the condition that makes the project eligible for the dimensional adjustment. Here, the reason that this project is eligible for the dimensional adjustment is because it's a mixed-use development with over 50% dedicated to residential use. However, I don't believe the applicant has made any showing that he could not provide residential use without the additional story. Here, he could provide a 4-story building, mixed-use building, without the need for an additional story and without this waiver. And still, be able to create in most manners the building that he's seeking to create. Another consideration is the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan at LU1 does direct you to look at the neighborhood plans. Sorry, objective LU2, direct growth, states to use the neighborhood plans to review the stable areas. This is a stable area. The neighborhood plan encourages that there was a discouragement of variances from the regulations. Only in circumstances where there is additional public access to the site through a marina or a designated open space in return for additional development capacity on the site. I would suggest that simply because the nature of this proposal is residential is not a sufficient reason to give the incentive of an additional story when that is out of character with the neighborhood, where that, and if you look at the neighborhood plan, all the buildings are 2 to 4 stories in that neighborhood. Finally, no parking is required for this property as it's less than 10,000 square feet, the lot size. One would assume that the lot size takes into consideration the max number of stories. You can't create a building with too many units on a lot size of 10,000 square feet if you don't exceed 4 stories. So if they were to get an additional story and that additional increased capacity for more units, I would say that they would need to provide parking because again, I would argue that the reason that the lots of 10,000 square feet or less are exempted from the parking requirements is because, again, of the limited nature of the amount of units that can go into them. It would make no sense whatsoever for the buildings to have increasing height capacity and still fall under the same parking considerations of a small lot that would be limited in the number of units that they would otherwise be allowed to have. And for those reasons, I believe that the waiver that has been requested by the applicant should be denied. Or in the alternative, as the CPC has indicated before, that this matter be submitted, have further consideration and a possible relook at the design to see if it can address those issues with the zoning ordinance and the design to limit the mass and height, which is not comparable to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a couple of statements. So with respect to the location of the dumpster, first of all, that language 1302N is about a fence that would be used to enclose a dumpster. There's no restriction about having a trash room. That's essentially what they have. They have a trash room and it's located in the front of the building. It can be accessed off of Wayland Avenue. If the attorney is correct in her logic, you wouldn't be able to have a trash room because the enclosure would have to be so short that it wouldn't be habitable height. That applies only to when you're putting a trash facility outside of a building. With respect to the location of the transformer, she's right that you can't have a transformer in the front yard, but this building doesn't have a front yard. It's built with 0 setback, and we define a front yard as the space between the building and the front lot line. This is set back from that. So that's compliant. Now, with respect to the height of this ground floor, I believe that we covered this with the applicant, but we may need to get the applicant's concurrence on this. Minimum first story height for non-residential use is 11 feet and 9 feet for residential use. I believe the way the grading of this property is such that the commercial area of this does in fact have a floor-to-floor height of 11 feet. And the residential may have a floor-to-floor of less than that, but I'm going to, I'm looking at Mr. Sisson, who's nodding his head. Can you confirm that the floor-to-floor height of the first story for the commercial is 11 feet?
Yes, I'd be happy to speak to that issue. If you look at the elevations of this building, we do call out actually several first floor heights. And if you look at page A 5.0, you'll see that there is a first floor that's at elevation 59 foot 10. But if you look down a little bit, you'll see one called entry, and that's at 57 feet. That entry is the same level as a commercial space. And so we actually have an additional 2 foot 10 on this, from the entry up to that first floor, and that represents the commercial area of this building. So I did the calculation. I think we got a 13 foot 4 floor to floor on that first floor at the commercial, and 10 foot 6 at the residential, which exceeds your ordinance requirements.
Thank you.
And in terms of bike parking, we have more than 5.
Okay, so can you confirm that there's at least enough space for 5 bicycles?
Absolutely. And if you guys want to put that in the approval, we'll confirm that with staff, and make sure we've got at least 5, probably more.
Okay.
I mean, they're not gonna get a building permit unless they have it, so.
Yeah. Okay, and then I'd like to address the other points about the dimensional adjustment. Nowhere in the zoning ordinance does it say that parking should be provided when granting a dimensional adjustment. That's just not true. Lots of under 10,000 square feet are exempt from parking in the C2 zone, regardless of how much development there is on the site. Now, with respect to the standard of 1005B, let me just grab my ordinance, the development review regulations here. So that is absolutely something that we did put into these standards. So findings for dimensional adjustments for land development projects. The first finding is the applicant is eligible for a dimensional adjustment because it meets one or more of the eligibility criteria in the zoning ordinance. It does. The requested or approved dimensional adjustment is within the allowable adjustments listed in the ordinance. It is. You're allowed to grant up to 2 stories, not to exceed 24 feet. This is 1 story and in the realm of less than 10 feet. And then the extent of the dimensional adjustment is reasonably related to the condition that makes the project eligible for the dimensional adjustment. I would argue that it is. The entire width of the ground floor of this is non-residential commercial space. It is a relatively small amount of commercial space, but they don't have to provide it, and they are providing it. So, in my opinion, is 1 floor justified? They're not, they are having some residential units on the ground floor. One way to look at this is X square feet of commercial gets you exactly X square feet of additional floor area on the top floor. You could look at it that way, but you don't have to. So, they're providing a little bit, they're providing certainly more floor area on that 5th floor than they are providing in commercial space. But I would argue that taken all together with the comprehensive plan, with the desire to produce housing, and with your practice, I think the Waterman Street project that you just reviewed, doesn't really have any more ground floor, retail than this, and that was enough for you to justify the additional story. So, I would say based on past practice and based on this building and its design, that it meets that standard. And I would suggest that, you actually explicitly make that finding, those three findings in B1, 2, and 3. So we should add that, should you be inclined to approve this.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Now, we're gonna call the next person up. Jennifer, we do have written testimony that you've submitted to Troy. So if it's repeating the same, you can just say that you've submitted it and give us a brief narration, but we do have that on the record as well. So you can come up now. Again, you don't need to repeat everything that you sent in already.
Okay,
But just state your name for the record and then go ahead.
okay, so,
Hold the microphone.
okay, I'm the neighbor, 122 is the Manning Street, and this is my first, I'm sorry, know that, last Tuesday, I get that. So for me, I do not have any kind of knowledge about that, so that's very sudden for me. And then I saw the preview that for the public comment, they show the picture, street picture. And then can you show the street picture if possible? Thank you, thank you. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, that is my house. So this is currently, that will be Wayland, that one. Yeah, thank you for, yeah. Thank you. So I have one is that regarding for the, for my that connection with for the retaining wall and also for over there for my parking, driveway and the parking. So I asked them, Friday, they called me, Friday, and then, so they said they will be, let that retaining wall stay there. And then for that wall, for that wall, for their building that wall, they were not, they were living there. Wall. Yeah, wall, they were living there. And then, so they said when they were cut off, I said, if they cut off, you say that is very high, that place is, and then if that kind of flat, it's very dangerous. If cut off that, I just say that area.
Please, make sure you speak into the microphone, ma'am.
It's here, cut off. It's very dangerous.
You can hold it, but.
Oh, okay. It's very dangerous. So this is the one. Also, I asked them, I didn't say these kind of things in the plan. And then they said, ask me how you get to know that meeting. And then finally, they also asked me, do you know George? And I said, yes. And then they just finish that, don't want to talk with me, and cut off the phone. For this kind of, at the beginning, I feel give me very, very kind of impression is not accountable. Not accountable, because they, at the beginning, they build that everyone say that big building, this is not a small project. That will take long. If have anything, if happen, they communicate with me. That happened is because Bob and suggesting they communicate with me, and they communicate with me. And then when they ask me that, suddenly they don't want to talk with me. They cut off the phone. So this is, I feel that how I can trust them. And then after several hours, they send me the email and then say, all that issues resolved. I feel that it's a big liar. I want to say they're big lie. I never really say this kind of things in front of them. So this is, I want just I never have this kind of meeting with anyone, talk with them for the, so this is one. The second is also, you will see that right now have that the six parking lots right now. They have off parking lots in front. And then you also say that here in this street or over that street, the parking, public parking is very bad. And when if you go there, if you want the parking, it's very hard to find the parking. And then, so they said they will be remove that 6 parking and then have 26 parking people required. And then how that will be happen? So this is why that I feel that the whole neighbor really cannot really, is really the big problem. Right now, the parking is is all full. And then if they remove that, reduce 6, and then 8 requires actual 23, what will be going on? Also, the street is a single side public parking. Also, over there have a fire hydrogen. Over there also have fire hydrogen. So is if have anything happened and the big snow or something, what will going on? Is very unsafe. So also I will say that my house will be boxed by that the big house. And so I will no light, sunshine, no that is, and no air, nothing. And then I also just Friday night, I look for the Google and see my apartment, and then my apartment value is just U-turn down, and U-turn down 77K. Suddenly, just these days, my property value U-turn down 77K. And then also I want to mention that I'm on this house for over decades already. And then this is, I rented that some apartment and is not really very easy to rent. I just say that. My rent is not really high, but recently why is some that price go high is because that is for people, coronavirus, people can work at home, and then Massachusetts, the price very high, they would move in here. And usually that for the Providence, Brown, that the student doesn't have so many really want to rent that. Do not really request so much. Also, I also want to mention is recently have some potential that is the renter looking for my apartment. They like the price, everything. They're very interesting. And later on, they said they were just going around over that area. And later on, they said no. They consider no because no parking. The reason is the parking is a really big issue. And then I feel these. I very strongly feel these. I do not know who the whole that kind of people living there, the neighbor, also maybe do not know that. And if no, they will be sooner realize that will be a hurt all the peoples. And then, they can make money, that's okay. And then, but they make money based on all the other people's neighbor losses is not right. That is absolutely I think they ask this is a shame. I really shame of the request. Just like that attorney said that, the city is required for 4 floors, that why that is for the 5 floors, and then for what reason? Money, right? It's a shame. And then all the other people's neighbor were hurt. I feel that because they just let the neighbors suddenly know, many people do not know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next member, now. George Potsidis, when making comments on this, try to stick to, the standards for review, that we are bound to, look at when we review applications. And remember that this application, meets all the standards with the exception of the height, which they're asking for an administrative adjustment for. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in front of us today.
I don't know the regulations, so I want to speak to what I think this project does for me and for the neighborhood, more importantly. I'm here to express that I object to it on the grounds that were brought up earlier. I think parking, and people don't like to believe that, you know, the cars are necessary, but, you know, I have 36 apartments in that community, and 90% of those people want parking, so that is a requirement. I met with the developers and went over my concerns with them. They did say that they would provide parking at that, not on site, but they would make arrangements off site for parking for that project. I want to make sure that they're held accountable to that, or held to that, or have it on record that that's what they've offered, and they should do that. I also object to the fifth floor. You don't need a 5th floor. It does not fit into the neighborhood. I think it harms the neighbors and adds a strain to already a parking situation that is very, very difficult. I would like to ask for a continuance so that I can bring in some experts that will talk about the parking and other issues, but so if you would consider that, that would be great.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And just to clarify again, before we continue on with the next member of the public is Cameron, and then Ian, you're after that. This is in a C2 zone, and it's under 10,000 square feet. Parking is not required. So I can't make the applicant put on any testimony that speaks to parking that they're not required to speak to.
And one other thing, Mr. Chair, and I apologize if this had been brought up earlier by the attorney for the objectors. If there was any question about setback, once again, this property abuts a C2 zone to the west. The piece of property on East Manning Street is in the C2 zone, and the property to the north is in the C2 zone. There's no required setback from those. But it is, I think there is a legitimate question about what's gonna happen with that wall between the property. It seems to be part of the existing building as you go to the north, and then you know, it's a low wall that has maybe a fence adjacent or on top of it that's falling over. There is a major grade difference between that driveway and what's gonna be a little walkway at the back of this property. So I think it is absolutely something that we wanna talk about, that there be an adequate way to you know, protect the safety of the people who are gonna be above grade on that neighboring property.
Agreed. That's something we can bring up at the end of this. All right, go right ahead.
Hey, so I live 1 block from the proposed development. I just want to remind everyone that, you know, this is a lot that has a walk score of 94 out of 100. It has a bike score of 75 out of 100. I know it because I walk and bike here every day. It's designated as part of the rapid transit corridor, part of the transit master plan. Zip car is literally a block away. I'll say, you know, I would love to not pay taxes and get public services, but like, we don't exist in that world. And the world we're gonna be in is one where housing is gonna go where parking used to be. And like, this is a city that desperately needs housing. We do not more desperately need parking than we need housing. And so I think most people want parking, but the reality is if you make them pay for it separately, a lot of them will choose not to pay for it. And I think, you know, it makes a lot of sense why we are choosing to reduce or minimize or not require parking in residential development, because the reality is that it increases the per unit cost, $200 to $400 a month. Let's be real, you know, a third or more, even 50% of people are rent burdened at this point in Providence. We desperately need housing, as many units as possible. And the reality is, without a fifth unit, without a fifth floor, you're taking away critical units of development in a city where we are at, you know, bottom of the barrel levels of development, as I've heard, 500 units a year or less. You know, it's so easy to live car-free in this neighborhood. I think it's unrealistic to say that parking is a requirement or something that should be required. You know, I will say this as well. My rent's $1,750 a month. With my new lease, it's now baked in that I will be climbing 3% every year. You know, I'd rather have 5-story beautiful residential buildings like this one so that my landlord can't squeeze renters like me because they know that they have a product they have a relative monopoly over. And this is in the most desirable neighborhood in the city. You know, like, I'm also a neighbor. I live one block from, you know, the abutter, and frankly, parking is not something that I really care about. I care about, you know, affordable housing, as does the majority, you know, number of renters in this area. I think we got to remember that there's only 5,000 people living in Wayland Square, despite it being one of the, you know, highest dense medical offices, locations for engineering law firms, pharmacies, cafes, coffee shops, restaurants, bars. You know, I don't have to, Whole Foods, etc. You know, this is something that we cannot allow development to be constricted from. And I think the reality is this type of building, I think the mission is very notable, that they are going to be at 100% electric building. We need more buildings like this to be able to tamp down on the emissions and to be able to meet the Act on Climate. So it's something that climate has not been something that's been brought up by anyone except, I think, the developer themselves. So I want to commend them on that. I'd also like to mention that, you know, William Morgan, the architecture critic, who a lot of people respect, has said that, you know, given the demographics of this neighborhood, the constant litany of not enough housing, it is hard to not make a case for not building something substantial here. So he's basically, the direct quote, he's, you know, advocating for densification of this neighborhood. I think the reality is that for businesses as well, local businesses, which have been hammered by the Washington Bridge, downtown as well as in Wayland Square, we've seen businesses close. And I think with more developments like this, places like Salted Slate could have remained open. And I want people to remember that that's very important to local business owners and to the community. So I'd also like to say this neighborhood is in character with the development. There are at least 5 buildings within a similar height of within a quarter mile. Frankly, I think it's pretty realistic to see that this building would be fit right in well at 5 stories with the neighborhood. And I'm looking forward to it hopefully getting built. And I would say to please maximize bike parking, especially secure bike parking. There's been a lot of bike thefts in the city, e-bikes, please, you know, take into consideration utility e-bikes and their necessity, at least providing a few spots for that. So I really appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate your mission, and I support this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ian, and then Christian, you're on deck. And if you're joining us from the virtual world, please raise your virtual hand if you'd like to speak once we get through this list. We'll start calling on the virtual world. Raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in.
I'm Ian Saxene at 500 Wickenden, as much a part of the real world as I possibly can be. Speaking to the specifics of this very fine project, I think it's beautiful. I wish it was taller, but I don't get everything I want, and that's okay, even though I own property in the city. Speaking to the committee, your thoughts on standards for the height variances, I might respectfully suggest that you factor transportation in, as you've mentioned before. This particular site is next to not one, but two bus lines. And so if anywhere in Providence is a good site for a place like this, I would say Wayland Square. I mean, this committee also itself suggested that the city planners be more ambitious with upzoning this very area. And so, quite frankly, if you wouldn't want to do this here, I don't know where you'd want to do it. I think you made a very compelling case in previous meetings. I was certainly convinced. Speaking also to the larger specifics, I mean, Providence and Rhode Island does struggle to compete for labor and development dollars with Massachusetts. And if we create a climate where it is possible to torpedo very useful projects like this on fractions of technicalities, I think that creates a very discouraging precedent. That kind of behavior, a parallel to would be fighting a restaurant over a liquor license, a particular Greek restaurant that greatly enriches the quality of life in Wayland Square. The abutter owns it, was the target of this really frivolous, narrow-minded, I thought, campaign, and I was very saddened by it. I was really happy that this restaurant is now open and in fact does serve quality drinks and quality products. I'm sad that this abutter has not taken that to heart and is proceeding to challenge this project, even though it abuts his own. They're basically similar looking buildings, very attractive, a similar size. And of course, they're also next to other very beautiful buildings like Marv Rooftop and others that enrich the quality of the community. Usually I walk there, I live nearby, but when I do drive, I've always found parking very easily. The only character of this neighborhood that I see this building changing is the number of vacant parking lots that I see to some of the buildings that are not used very often. I suggest if we are concerned with any deficit of parking certain times of the day that the city address those vacant lots that are there. Certainly things could be addressed. So anyway, I wholeheartedly endorse this project and I look forward to seeing where it goes. Thank you very much for your time and consideration and all you do for our city.
Thank you. All right. Christian, and then Barry Preston, you're on deck.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. Christian Roseland, 842 Hope Street. I'm strongly in favor of the proposed project at 128 Wayland. There's a lot of positives to be said about this project. I particularly like, as someone who's pushed for more all-electric construction, that it's all electric, that it's highly efficient. This is definitely the sort of climate positive project that we need to be building in the city, and the density is definitely part of that. Also, bonus points for the street trees. We need more of those. But most importantly, this brings 23 much needed housing units. And I think when we start to talk about some of the concerns that are raised, such as whether or not there is 6 inches on the first floor, we need to remember the more than 100 people who are sleeping on the streets of the city at night. We've talked plenty about the housing crisis in previous meetings, so I won't bother you with it here, but I do want to point out that one of the reasons that we're in this crisis is that we've made it too hard to build housing. And the kinds of minor technical details that were being raised as objections to this project are exactly the kinds of reasons why we should be overly prescriptive in allowing housing to be built, because all of this adds to cost. Look, 5 stories and 4 stories of residential, it's cheaper per unit than 3 stories of residential. That means those units can be more affordable. This is not a minor consideration. This is not a minor consideration for housing affordability. I also want to point to an Arizona Department of Transportation study from 2012 that found that dense neighborhoods have more free-flowing traffic for multiple reasons. One is that, it's primarily because people can meet their needs without having to drive. They found that people living in these dense neighborhoods tend to own fewer cars.
previous commenters have made plenty of points about just what a great neighborhood this is for parking and walking. I wish I lived a block from Whole Foods and well, I actually live 2 blocks from Walgreens, but you know, because I chose to live in one of these dense neighborhoods so that I don't have to drive and don't have to drive as much. I also want to point out that owning a 4-story residential building doesn't give you the right to stop someone from building a 5-story residential building. And owning a property for decades doesn't give you more rights than other people in the city. There are lots of people in the city who need housing, and I think we need to remember that first and foremost when we consider projects like this. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like Barry Preston is not here, so we'll go to the virtual world. We'll have Grant first. Sure, why don't you can go take a seat while we call this person up.
Go ahead and sit down, Grant.
You
and
can
we'll
sit down and we'll call this person.
make your way up to the microphone, whether you sit or stand.
Yes.
And okay, so Nina Tannenwald, you can go ahead and unmute and.
Hi, I'm Nina Tannenwald. I'm a member of the board of the Wayland Neighborhood Association. I live around the corner from this building. Just a few comments and some questions about the building. So I would say that there's quite a lot of enthusiasm in the neighborhood for a new apartment building here. People really appreciate the need for additional housing. There's been, I would say, a fair amount of dismay with the design of the building and the exterior look. With all due respect, the building doesn't integrate at all with the surroundings. Wayland Square, if you walked around, is mostly red brick with some white brick. There's one blue brick, but basically it's a red brick neighborhood. And this building, frankly, it's not, it's not terrible. It's not so unattractive, but it also doesn't engage at all with its surroundings. It really could be anywhere. And so, my wish to the developer and the architect is, why didn't you engage? My question is, why didn't you engage a little bit more with the actual surroundings of Wayland Square? Having said that, though, a few comments on the interior. So the building does squeeze in as many possible units as possible, and some of them are really small. And so the likely tenants of this building are graduate students and young professionals. The building is also assuming that people are going to take public transportation and ride bicycles because it doesn't have parking. And in this regard, I think the amount of bicycle parking is too small. And here I'd like to urge the commission to be more forward leaning here. That is, if we're going to have a lot of younger people in this building who are likely going to be using bikes and e-bikes, I really think that there should be more bike parking than 5 spots. I realize that is the requirement and they're meeting it, but this is a place where, if we're trying to move away from a dependence on cars, that we really, need to make it possible to get around with alternative means of transportation. There are 23 units in the building. Maybe there should be a lot more space for bicycles, and especially for e-bikes. This is going to grow. So I'd really encourage the commission to perhaps request more space in the basement for bicycles. There's a large storage area, but maybe some reconfiguration there. It should be quite easy for people to use bicycles, and that would be a selling point of the building for rental purposes if it was really easy to get your bike or e-bike in and out. The commercial space, that is quite small. I'm curious what kind of retail you would be interested in attracting to the space. And I do commend you on the all-electric part of the building. That's great. And finally, what happened to the vintage Wayland Bakery sign that is now missing from the old building? There are neighbors in the community who are quite fond of that sign and would be interested in knowing what happened to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else from the virtual world? Anyone else? I guess we have Grant Bulgarian here.
Springfield Arians. You've heard me speak on a couple of topics in the past, and I reiterate. We've now, well, no one celebrated it, but last year we could have celebrated the 100th anniversary of zoning in the city of Providence. I think the first zoning ordinance occurred in 1923. That wasn't the zoning ordinance I became familiar with. The second one was 1951. It was a small little green book. If you read it 2 or 3 times, you had it memorized. That's the one I became familiar with back in the 60s and 70s, and not 60s, back in the 70s. And our zoning ordinance now has exploded in size. Hundreds of pages, loose leaf notebook. The zoning ordinance in the 51 zoning ordinance for outside of downtown neighborhood commercial districts with 3 stories not to exceed 45 feet, which made a lot of sense. It's a very human scale. One of the reasons folks enjoy living in Providence is because the buildings are at a human scale. Back in 2014, when the zoning ordinance was being rejiggered, the argument was made that, well, in 45 feet, you can sort of fit 4 stories. Why do we make it 4 stories, 45 feet? I argued against that at the time, to no avail, obviously, because the zoning ordinance that was then enacted was 4 stories, and somewhere along the line, someone decided to round off 45 feet up to 50 feet. So we ended up with 4 stories not to exceed 50 feet. Ink wasn't dry on that zoning ordinance that folks came before the zoning board and the CPC looking to add a 5th story. And why? Because in the zoning ordinance that we enacted in 2014, we had all these provisions where if you did this, you could get a bonus. If you did that, you could get a bonus. Totally unacceptable. The bonus that they're looking for to add the 5th story is because they have commercial on the 1st floor. I think most people thought, I certainly thought, that that meant that the entire 1st floor had to be commercial. But obviously that's not the case. You can have token 1st floor commercial, and then suddenly you get a 5th story. That's wrong. Needs to be rectified. 3 stories not to exceed 45 feet is human scale. 4 stories is marginal. 5th stories is not. I would encourage CPC to not allow 5th story. Everyone is talking about housing crisis. It wasn't that long ago when we were in the other direction and people were quote unquote underwater. Now we have a housing crisis, but I would like to suggest that CPC and the rest of the city administration needs to make a distinction in the category of dwelling units. What is our situation as far as housing for families as opposed to single individuals? Now, I've said this in the past when CPC was considering the comp plan. We'll look at population of the city of Providence, census tract by census tract in 1950 and compare it with now and see what has moved where, and look at dwelling units, census tract by census tract 1950 and compare it to now. But I would also encourage that within that second statistical review, make a distinction between dwelling units that can accommodate a family. I'm not saying a large family, just a family, as opposed to dwelling units that would accommodate an individual. Because I think that would be informative and point us in the direction we need to go. And so, so my request is, not 5 stories, 4 stories. What's the average height of the buildings surrounding this building? If we're supposed to be keeping in character with the neighborhood, this does not work. And, excuse me. To suggest that nobody's gonna own a car, I think is, truly not realistic. And, we sort of go from one extreme to another. You have to have one car per dwelling unit, but if you're under a certain lot size, 0 cars. That doesn't make any sense. And that to me, doesn't strike me as good planning. So we need to rectify that. So there are a number of issues we need to rectify, but in the meantime, 5 stories is not acceptable. 4 stories is definitely simply tall enough. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Consideration.
Don't see anyone else online. And we had no one else in the room. So at this point, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Okay, there are a few things that we want to ask the applicant. Is there a few, you want to clarify a few things first?
Yeah, so, I just want to make a statement. You had an objector, Mr. Potsitas, who, is objecting to this project, in part because it doesn't provide parking. And I think it is worth noting that he owns a piece of property at 225 Waterman. That was approved by this board. It was built not too long ago. It's 22 units. It's a 4-story apartment building, and it's on a lot of under 10,000 square feet. It's not in a C2 zone, and it's not required to have parking, and the project doesn't have parking. He says he provides off-street parking to his tenants. He doesn't do it on that lot. That's his choice to do that. He doesn't have to do that. If he wants to do it, that's fine. I don't know if these owners are planning on providing parking. They may. There is a lot of surface parking in this area. I know that from time to time, people lease surface lots from other people. That's exactly what happens in downtown. That's exactly what happens in a lot of urban areas. I think that's desirable. If parking is demanded, there's gonna be some supply and people are gonna pay market rate for it. So I just felt like it was important to put that in context. Once again, based on my notes, I do want to make sure that, if you are inclined to approve this, that you make the required findings, in section 1005 of the zoning ordinance of the, development review regulations. And I can walk you through those, if and when the time comes. I also think that it's important to, address this issue of the, somehow, providing a barrier along that driveway on East Manning Street. And that, somehow we address your discussions about, design. I did want to ask, Choyan, if you've had an opportunity to, check the time frame for this and the requirement that you operate within a particular time frame, unless the applicant concedes to a continuance, just so we know how much time you have.
Yeah, so we called this complete on July 9th. And so we have 90 days from that time within which a decision has to be made.
Minor land development. Isn't it 65? Failure to act. Decision on preliminary plan, 65 days.
So next meeting.
65 days from July 9th.
Okay, let's figure that out.
I don't know that we need it, but
Just want to make sure you know, you have until September 12th. So really, you could push this to August if you wanted
but
to,
not to the September.
but not to September. You know. We have a queue, as we
Yeah.
always do.
Back to regular business. Well. I mean, I empathize with the neighbor, and I do want to find out what's going on with that wall, next door. I think that's the biggest question I have. And I don't know if I'm happy to bring the applicant back up to discuss it or to make it a part of any condition that we require a condition of approval if we were so inclined.
I think it makes sense, yeah, to require some sort of actual review of a site plan, because I don't think, I've looked through all the papers that I have, I might be missing it, but I don't think we have a site plan. And it does feel like that wall is one thing. I mean, I don't know if it's required, but exterior lighting would just be like a nice to have, an idea of of what their concept for exterior lighting would be. And then I think there is the continued kind of feedback that either we could give or staff could give on the design elements that we discussed.
Yeah, no, I agree. The design elements and again, it could be conditioned on final plan approval if we so choose that as well. That we make certain conditions for preliminary and then it could come back before us for final plan, or we could give enough tools to staff it. It's up to either. Either is a possibility.
And can design go to Bob's office for?
Oh, yeah, he has staff who can help work through the design, as long as we give enough clarity in our conditions of what we want. Them to focus on, absolutely, that could go for final plan. We say X, Y, and Z we are looking for, and staff needs to confirm that before final plan approval. Absolutely. You're comfortable with that?
Yes.
I mean, you can see that the building's evolved already, based on staff input.
I can also speak to the wall because we share your sentiments about that.
Okay, well then why don't we have the applicant come back up and speak to the wall?
Just in speaking with the wall specifically, we have hired a geotechnical engineer to evaluate it and to provide us a full prescriptive plan. We also have to do a subsurface geotechnical analysis in order to ensure that we don't undermine both the sidewalk and the street as part of our due diligence in constructing the building. So we will have a full engineered plan. This again, based on tonight's approval, that is part of our design process, so is continuing, but we've hired CA Pretzer, a licensed engineer with a very long-standing reputation in the state, to perform that structural analysis. And it looks like Whitestone Associates will be giving us the geotechnical recommendation at this point.
So I guess, but the wall, do we understand if the wall is squarely on this property?
According to their survey, it is.
Okay.
Is that, do you agree with that?
I'm gonna go by the survey because I can't speak beyond that. So if it shows on the stamped survey that it's on our property.
Oh, that's limited disturbance, that's, yeah.
If you look at the pin, you can see.
So it does look that way, you're right.
Yeah,
It
regardless,
limit of
we've engaged,
disturbance looks beyond it, but it looks like your property line.
regardless, we've engaged CA Pretzer because we have a responsibility to support that soil and ensure that it's a safe and sustained design. So that's what CA Pretzer is, engineering. The technicalities of that.
Okay.
And I'd also like to mention that certainly that wall, right now, part of it is part of the existing building. If we take down the existing building but leave that wall, it'd be sort of an unsupported concrete block wall along that. So chances are very good that that wall does need to come down just for safety. Once that comes down, there would need to be a rail along that so people don't fall over that edge. That's just normal. So yeah, that'd be included. Hope that helps.
So the design and implementation of new retainage wall, including railing. I mean, it's the dictionary definition of attractive nuisance. If it doesn't have it, I mean, they'd open themselves up to all kinds of liability, especially if it's on their land. They know about it, so it makes sense to need, yeah. We need this retainage and a rail. I think it's gonna be,
A rail that little babies can't flip through.
yeah. I think that's definitely going to be part of my recommendation, should we move forward with that. As a condition of preliminary plan approval. Since we had you and we're asking the other questions, what about bike parking?
We have 14. Oh. 81.
And specifically e-bike parking, because that was brought up as well. It does look like that building is a part of it, because it's a formed wall and then the building is part of it.
And there was a fence on top of that wall at one
You can
point.
tell,
It
yeah.
seems to have fallen down.
Well, there's parts of it, yeah.
So we counted how many spots we have, and we've got 14 spots right there for parking.
Okay.
We haven't made any plans for e-bike parking right now, but I think that's a really great idea myself. I'll certainly be talking to these guys about that, and see what we could provide. See if they want to provide more than 14 or 14 is good. We haven't given, like I said, we haven't given any thought to e-bike parking. We're really happy to hear that from the neighbors tonight, and we'll definitely take it into consideration.
Just remember, if you're putting it in the basement, make sure there's enough room in the elevator, because they're heavy.
Absolutely.
They're hard to get up and down stairs, the e-bikes. All right, so we're looking at everything else that we discussed. I mean.
You want to talk about exterior lighting?
Yeah, lighting,
So with respect to lighting, they're not required to have lighting. But if they want to have it, they should show it on the plan. Often in situations like this, there's some lighting of, under the canopy or something like that. We want lighting, any lighting needs to be pointed down or directly at the building as opposed to, lighting the sky, and we don't want lighting to be trespassing onto adjoining property. But that, sometimes the lighting package comes a little bit later in the game, if at all.
I can't remember if there's street lighting on this street or not, but nonetheless, it's not required. What other design elements do we want to?
The things that were on my list were, we talked about the canopy wrapping the corner of the commercial corner. Thinking a little bit about reducing the cornice and simplifying the material arrangement, across the sort of main visible facades.
To further simplify. We'll give them
Further
credit
simplify,
that
yeah.
they've already simplified it. They deserve that. They've been working with it.
Yeah.
Dave, was there any other that you wanted to add in? Those are pretty much the same points, right? Yeah, I think that's all I had, and then along with obviously the design and implementation of new retainage / wall, which includes safety railings. And I mean, I don't know how you guys feel, but I'm fine with delegating compliance, all of these conditions to staff. I don't think they have to come back before us. They're doing a pretty good job of reviewing these applications.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I guess that brings us to the first item of business, which is the dimensional adjustment. We have to take action on that first. And that is to grant a dimensional adjustment for the height to allow 57 feet 3. Allow a height of 5 stories and approximately 57 feet.
Why don't we say the height that's depicted in the plan?
That's good. The height that's depicted in the plan and 5 stories. Finding the applicant is eligible through the provision of the mixed-use development, and we'll look at section 1005 of the development review regulations, V1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, so that the applicant is eligible through the provision of mixed-use development, that's finding number 1. Finding number 2 would be the requested dimensional adjustment is within the allowable adjustments listed in section 1402E2 of the zoning ordinance, which it is because it's less than 2 stories and less than 24 feet in additional height. And item 3, you would want to make this finding, the extent of the dimensional adjustment is reasonably related to the condition that makes the project eligible for the dimensional adjustment. And what I would say to that is to kind of reiterate what I said earlier. This is my opinion, that they are providing a commercial storefront on the ground floor of this. And they're providing, what the transparency and the look that you would expect of a mixed use building. And while there is some residential on the ground floor, it's in the back of the building, and the building presents as a commercial ground floor on Wayland Avenue. And in my opinion, that is reasonably related. The extent of the dimensional adjustment, 1 story, is reasonably related to the provision of that ground floor. If they were providing, say, affordable housing, or perhaps if we look forward under the new comprehensive plan, a higher degree of energy efficiency or something, maybe that could justify 2 stories. But in this case, 1 story being the minimum for additional height. So I think you can make that finding.
So I think if someone were so inclined, they could just say so moved.
So moved.
We have
Second.
We have a second. All right, we'll go around and do a vote. Will?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye. The dimensional adjustment has been granted. Now, again, we go back to the preliminary plan. And it would be based on the discussion. And the fact that we just granted the dimensional adjustment, we should approve the preliminary plan subject to the conditions listed in the report, the 3 design items that Charlotte added in, the implementation of a new retainage wall and safety railing that I added in, and that all of these conditions can be approved by staff, should they be so inclined.
Thank you.
So moved.
That works.
Second.
All right, we have a fully formed motion. We'll take a vote and individually. Will?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Charlotte?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Best of luck, gentlemen. All right, that is the last item on our agenda this evening, so I would look for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second,
Second.
all right, thank you.